Hello, everyone. My name is Victor Flatt, and I'm the Dwight Olds Chair in Law and Faculty Co-Director of the Environment, Energy, and Natural Resources Center at the University of Houston Law Center. With my academic colleagues and our sponsors, I want to welcome you all to ENER's 4th Annual North American Conference on Environment, Energy, and Natural Resources, special webinar edition. Our program is sponsored by the law firm Blank Rome, the University of Houston Energy Initiative, the University of Calgary Faculty of Law, Universidad Autónoma de México, and the Energy Transition Law and Governance Project, which is sponsored by the European Union and the Marie Sklodowska-Curie Fellowship. We have over 450 registrants and speakers from over 40 countries around the world, including, in addition to the US, Mexico, and Canada, our host countries, China, Japan, South Korea, India, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Russia, Norway, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Pakistan, Egypt, Algeria, Rwanda, Morocco, Nigeria, the Republic of the Congo, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Uganda, Cameroon, Senegal, Kenya, Turkey, Israel, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Spain, Italy, Portugal, Brazil, Colombia, Argentina, Chile, Peru, and Guatemala. On this webinar are high government officials, academics, business executives, attorneys, scientists, and more. The entire world wants to understand what is happening with the world's energy mix, environment and climate challenges, technological solutions and law, and particularly what happens now in the time of COVID and the after time of COVID. We are going to address several of these topics today. I especially want to thank Charlotte Jefferson, who has done tremendous work in helping ENER put on the North American programs, my new ENER faculty co-director, Gina Warren, whom you will be hearing from later in the webinar, Ramanan Krishnamurti, the head of UH Energy, Albin Nzao, the head of the Energy Transition Law and Governance Project, which is partially based here at the University of Houston Law Center, Alfonso Lopez de la Osa Estrabano, the head of the U.S.-Mexican Law Center here at the University of Houston, Dean Leonard Baines, and all of our prestigious speakers and moderators. Our speaker bios are online and available by link from the 2020 North American Conference. I'm going to go ahead and share the screen again to show you a little bit about what we're going to be covering today. As you can see, this is our link to the agenda. I encourage you all to go to this link. This has the agenda and everything you need for that agenda. We have 3 major parts in today's program, if you can see from the agenda. Audience members.
I
Yes.
don't think anything, it's not being shared yet.
Ah, I'm sorry, thank you. Okay, let me go back out. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Let me share that screen again. Hold on. All right. Just one moment. Okay, so this is the link. If you can see that, that's where our agenda will be. Audience members will be able to ask questions using the Q&A function on your screens. That will be monitored by myself and Professor Warren and forwarded to the moderators. Let me do one more thing, just one second. I'm going to stop this share, start yet one more share. We have so many that are going on. All right. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to have to do this, do this, do this, and open this. Thank you again. There we go. All right. Pardon me, there's always a little bit to do when we do this online. Okay, here we go. As you can see online from the agenda, if you can go back to that website, the CLE materials are posted here in these red things on the agenda. So you will be able to access CLE materials from there. This is the CLE reporting information for Texas. You can see the course number 174090281. If you have your smartphone, you may scan the QR code and log in and certify that you have submitted and attended. At the end of the program, there will be a generation of attendance logs. If you are seeking CLE credit from somewhere other than Texas or Pennsylvania, you may email Tanisha Green. Her email is down here, tcgreen3@central.uh.edu. The attendance records will be reported automatically from those that are accessing CLE credit from the state of Texas and from Pennsylvania. CLE information scan numbers for Pennsylvania will be introduced before and after each of the 3 sessions. So I'm going to stop this share right now. Before we get started, I want to show all of you one more thing with our publications. We have a new publication that is fresh out of the book from our ENER and U.S.-Mexico Law Center, The Future of U.S.-Mexico Relations, Strategic Foresight, which looks at the energy future between the United States and Mexico. This book is available currently on Amazon.com. One of the authors is my faculty co-director, Gina Warren. Before we get started with the 3 panels, I want to introduce 2 of our sponsors. First, I have a recorded message from Ian Holloway, Dean of the University of Calgary Faculty of Law. That will be followed by a welcome from Susan Bickley, Managing Partner of Blank Rome's Houston office. First, Dean Holloway.
My name is Ian Holloway. I'm the Dean of Law at the University of Calgary. On behalf of all of us here, I wanted to say how delighted we are to be working with our friends again at UH in hosting this year's 4th annual North American ENER Conference. Today's topic couldn't be more timely. We know that COVID has turned our world upside down. We also know that relations between our 2 countries have been under strain in recent years. So getting together in a forum like this to talk about the new energy landscape is absolutely essential. It's essential for our shared future, for our common inheritance as North Americans. And the group of speakers that Victor and others have put together are precisely the right group to talk about those problems, the problems as they exist on the ground, and the problems that need to be addressed by real Americans and real Canadians. So let me finish where I began by thanking you all for allowing us to participate, and by saying that we at Calgary have no better friends than we have at UH. It's always a thrill to be working with my dear friend Dean Baines and Victor and everyone else at the University of Houston. So have a great morning and thank you very much. Oh, by the way, if we're able to get together in person next year, I promise I'll get a haircut. Bye.
Well, we're very proud of our Calgary connection in our degree programs and our symposia, and we also want to welcome our new partners from Mexico and Europe. And now I'd like to turn the program over to Susan Bickley.
Thank you, Victor. My name is Susan Bickley, and I'm a partner in the law firm of Blank Rome LLP. I'm also the office chair of our Houston office. And lastly, I'm a proud graduate of the University of Houston Law Center, where I got a wonderful education. Blank Rome is really honored to sponsor now for the 4th year the annual North American Conference on Energy, Environment, and National Resources, this year by a special webinar edition by necessity. Our firm has a very vibrant energy practice, long roots in the energy industry and in Houston, and a real interest in sponsoring opportunities like this that bring together industry, academia, policymakers, and all of us who really should be talking together about issues of such importance to all of us. So welcome now on behalf of Blank Rome, and I'd like to turn this over at this point to distinguished Professor Ramanan Krishnamurti, Chief Energy Officer for the University of Houston. Thank you again and welcome.
Susan, thank you so very much for that wonderful introduction, and thank you for sponsoring this event. Victor, Gina, amazing event as always, and thank you for doing this. This is a real pleasure to be a part of this. I'm Ramanan Krishnamurti. I'm the Chief Energy Officer here at the University of Houston. I also happen to be a professor of chemical engineering, and so you'll hear a little bit of engineering speak, and so hopefully I will try and make sure to keep it as important and as pertinent as possible without snowing you under a lot of technical jargon. So that is something that I will make every effort to try and fulfill. I'm moderating a panel on which I've got two of my law colleagues, Joshua Sarnoff and Sean McDermott, who are participating on this panel. And I will be speaking for Steve Oldham and Bill Brown from Net Power because they couldn't be on this panel for a variety of reasons, the least of which is that the carbon engineering world is certainly in a very rapid transformation. So with that said, I'm going to kick this panel off. And Victor, I know I'm a few minutes early, but I hope that that's okay to get moving with the panel. I'm sure we will not be short of conversation through the day. So
Certainly won't. So please go forward.
Okay, so I'm going to start off by talking about technology innovation and where during the energy transition, and specifically during this period of COVID. One of the key elements that I want to bring forward to you is that technology by itself is not going to solve any of these challenges unless this can be done in collaboration with people who drive policy, with mechanisms that drive regulatory, public, and business policy. Technology innovation is going nowhere. Coming from a chemical engineer, that is a hard message for me to accept, but increasingly in the pragmatic world of energy, and specifically the energy transition, that is the stark reality. So what do we mean by the energy transition, and what are some ground truths that I want to go in with the energy transition? I want to make 3 points to you, and these I think form the cornerstone of how we at the University of Houston and I think our colleagues across the world who are pragmatic about the energy transition will all accept. First, because of growing population, where we are 7.7 billion people today, likely to be between 10.5 and 11 billion people by 2100, the increasing need for human development globally, with the understanding that the population for the continent of Africa is going to increase from about 1 billion people today to about 4 billion people in 2100. And in spite of two things that are happening, which is where the technology folks have focused, which is improving efficiency and technology leapfrogging. Global energy demand will double by 2100, and it falls upon all of us to supply that energy need that the world's population is going to require. So that's the first truth. We are today, Today we use, and I'll use these units interchangeably, 600 quadrillion BTUs, British thermal units, or 14,000 million barrels of oil equivalent of primary energy. That will need to double by 2100. So the numbers are pretty staggering, but part of what we need to deal with. The second, and perhaps less controversial in the world as compared to the United States, global climate change and environmental considerations are going to require us to address the issue of emissions and accumulation of greenhouse gases in the environment. We have put into the atmosphere since the Industrial Revolution close to 900 gigatons of greenhouse gases, and this is only in the atmosphere. We have done a similar impact into oceans and into soil as anthropogenic sources of greenhouse gases have grown. This greenhouse gas accumulation, if even stopped today, will cause at least a 1.5 degree centigrade change in temperature. If we find ways, if we don't find ways to address it, it can result in temperatures changes of over 4.5 to 5 degrees Celsius over pre-industrial temperatures for the Earth. So this imperative requires us to address the issues of emissions and accumulation of greenhouse gases. The third and perhaps important point that I want everybody to remember is there are no silver bullets. Silver bullets were fantasy of the Wild West. And in spite of the fact that we've got rapid growth and affordability of renewable energy sources, the substantial cost, technological, and logistical barriers will require an all of the above strategy for the next several decades. What do I mean by that? I mean that coal, natural gas, oil will form a substantial part of the energy mix for the next 5 decades, even though we might make significant improvements in the adoption and adaptation of renewable energy sources. So we must address the issue of accumulation of carbon in the environment, prevent the emission of carbon into the environment, first of all, and then address the issue of greenhouse gases being accumulated in the environment. Now, to convince you that in fact this reason that the energy transition is going to be slow and a portfolio approach is required to move forward, I just want to show you one set of data. This is a complex chart. On the y-axis is the share of the world energy that each of these different sources have. And on the x-axis, in order to normalize them, I've said year 0 is the year when this particular energy source reached 1% of world energy needs. And if you follow this chart here, what you will find is gas, oil, hydroelectricity, all of them have taken, after 50 years after they reached 1%, the maximum they reached in terms of world energy consumption or world energy production was about 15% of the world energy needs at that point. Nuclear had a substantial and beautiful rise here shown in the yellow curve. And that was just the rapid adoption of nuclear power worldwide. But 15 years after this onslaught of nuclear power coming on, there was a sudden and abrupt slowdown associated with 3 Mile Island, the Chernobyl disaster, and that saw a slowdown. And about 40 years into this adoption, we had Fukushima Daiichi happen, and you saw a rapid drop-off, in fact, of nuclear power. What is the take-home message from this slide? I want you to look at where renewables are. Renewables are following the same path as nuclear. And if I continue to extrapolate that data, what this will tell me is 50 years after after renewable energy reached 1%, and this is non-hydroelectric renewable sources, which reached 1% in 2006. So by 50 years after that, we will perhaps if I extrapolate this, if everything works out the way the technologists hope it would, it'll reach perhaps 25 to 30% of the penetration. A much faster rapid penetration sort of scenario sees it at about 50% by about 2050. But even that is speculative at best, but we can hope for 50% by 2050, 2055, but nowhere close to 100%. So that's why I believe strongly that we need to look at a portfolio approach. And the same thing has been reflected by the G20, and I'll come to that in a minute, but I first want to talk to you a little bit about the energy trilemma. And this is really the focus of where all of us in the energy world are in terms of the energy transition and beyond, is to find ways to make energy that is environmentally sustainable, it needs to be reliable, it needs to be affordable, and it needs to be environmentally responsible. And so achieving these three simultaneous goals is the energy trilemma, and has been and continues to be the focus of how energy development is working worldwide. This is the energy transition. When we can get all of our energy sources to be environmentally responsible, affordable, and reliable, I think we can declare victory. So, so coming back to where the G20 was in terms of the recommendations that they made in approaches that the world must take for the energy transition. This was in 2019 when Japan was leading the G20 group, and they put together a set of recommendations which I have paraphrased. This is not verbatim their recommendations. Reading the report that they have had and working with some of them, this is a paraphrased set of recommendations from that group. First of all, and the primary challenge associated with the energy transition is cost reduction. We must address cost reduction so that rapid commercialization can happen. Public-private partnerships must be collaborative and must encourage private innovation. For too long have we had public innovation being the driver for the energy transition. It must transition over to private enterprise. A multidisciplinary portfolio approach is required. No individual solution has the wherewithal to be able to provide the solution today. For too long, the focus has been on specialized technology R&D. Instead, the G20 recommends that there must be a focus on life cycle and path to commercialization rather than a single technology focus. And perhaps most importantly for this panel, as well as we go forward for the rest of the day, there needs to be demonstrable innovation policy. Demonstrable policies for a new way to think about a tax regime, to design markets, to address regulations, to address technology standards, and perhaps most importantly, environmental policy. Whiplash from going from one end of the spectrum to the other does not work well. It needs to be innovative and it needs to be universally accepted. And the last one, and I think this is perhaps a part of what you will see through the day, the only way we can accelerate rapid commercialization for the energy transition, for the new energy sources that are sustainable, affordable, and reliable, will come through convergence of many fields coming together to address the global challenges. Having sort of talked about this global picture of where we can sort of see a lot of different elements that need to come together, I want to take a slice of this and talk a little bit about technology and how technology can play a crucial role in terms of solving the energy trilemma. And I've identified 6 pillars that I believe.
Ramanand, this is
Yes.
Victor. I'm going to interrupt you briefly because this is what we have to do for Pennsylvania CLE. Do you mind stopping your share for a moment?
Sure.
All right, thank you. Apologies, everyone, but this is how we are doing this now. All right, now I am going to share my screen and give you all the first code for Pennsylvania. This is for technological innovation. this is your first CLE code, L50, like the letter for P. So if you are, in fact, trying to get CLE credit from the state of Pennsylvania, please record this number. You will have to report that to receive the credit. And unfortunately, I will be interrupting every so often, trying not to do it too much to give you other codes as we proceed. Thank you so much. Sorry to have interrupted you, Ramanan. And
not a problem.
You.
Not a problem at all. So appreciate it. And thank you so much, Victor. And for those of you who didn't get that code, it's L504P, right? So that said, I've identified 6 pillars that I think are crucial for the energy transition in terms of technology enablers. The digital transformation of the industry has rapidly accelerated the transition. The second big trend that we see in terms of technology enablers is automation and robotics. This has been a game changer, if you will, for improving safety and reliability of energy systems. Advanced manufacturing, including Industrial 4.0, the incorporation of digital and automation into manufacturing technologies. A big part of this is sustainability, the circular economy, energy intensification, and efficiency, as well as minimization of the carbon footprint. The fifth one is the distributed energy landscape, as well as the issue of modularization and sort of going down in scale rather than going up in scale. And the last one is really renewable availability and integration. And this is really a massive effort towards electrification. We've seen how transportation is being transformed by the evolution of EVs. We think that the industrial side of manufacturing needs to see a substantial electrification, and that will start to be a crucial part of the energy trilemma. We think hydrogen can be another source of a disruption in the energy systems as we see it. That said, let me sort of show you a couple examples of how technology has already resulted in substantial changes. And it looks like with whatever we did, I have lost the ability to share, to move screens. So let me try this again and start afresh and see if I can get this to move faster. So one of the places where we've seen a shift has been with the break-even prices for shale plays. In 2013, 2014, when the shale plays in the United States were doing really dramatically well with huge penetration and growth, we saw that the wellhead prices were over $80 per barrel. Over the next 3 years, when we saw a downturn in the shale industry, we saw that this break-even price dropped dramatically. It dropped by a factor of 2 in all the different plays of the shale plays in the United States. Over that period of time, over $750 billion were invested in infrastructure, 2,500 million well feet were drilled, and hundreds of petabytes of data were collected. And in fact, this data transformation was the cause of this reduction in cost for even a somewhat mature field of oil and gas production. And the key technologies that drove that were big data analytics, the information, the Internet of Things, mobile devices, and more recently, since 2018, we've seen another decrease in cost, and that has come about because of cloud computing as well as AI. And we anticipate that these will continue to drive cost. Another place where we've seen a substantial decrease in cost has been in solar photovoltaics. And what I show you on the right is the cost per megawatt hour, the levelized cost of electricity unsubsidized, and I want to insist that this is the unsubsidized true cost of electricity, and it has dropped from about $395, about $375 plus minus 20 in 2009 today to about $43 per megawatt hour. This $43 per megawatt hour is comparable to what we can get with the most efficient natural gas production that's available. And this has happened largely because of technology change. I was going to show you a lot more about robotics and the use of robotics to drive safety, but in the interest of time, I'm going to skip over that and just very quickly talk about sustainability and industrial decarbonization. On the left-hand side here, you see a plot that shows you global emissions by source. And clearly, a couple of the places where you see the biggest source of greenhouse gases is from the power industry and the transportation industry, and oil and gas in the exploration and production of it. The oil and gas industry itself accounts for a total of 42% of all global emissions. 9% come from what are called as Scope 1 and Scope 2, and 33% come from Scope 3, or from the utilization or the value chain of oil and gas. These are places where decarbonization can make a huge difference. And in fact, what we have looked at and established is if you look at the oil and gas world into upstream, midstream, and downstream, the contribution to greenhouse gases is roughly a third, a third, a third. And there are a variety of mitigation pathways that are already being played. Carbon capture, utilization, and storage is a big play, along with electrification and vapor recovery units, as well as methane conversion. Downstream, as mentioned, electrification can be a big potential game changer. Likewise, blue and green hydrogen can be, again, a massive game changer as far as downstream greenhouse gas emissions are concerned. In this area of carbon capture, utilization, and storage, this is seen as one of the biggest players to technological players to reduce our greenhouse gas footprint. And here I have a map of our view on how we can impact carbon objectives, and this is going from low to high, and likewise, what is the impact financially for each of these technologies. And we look at 20 different technologies plays, and by far the ones that are most attractive today are the ones that take CO2 to syngas, and the second one is one of the biggest players today is the midstream for carbon removal, which is pipelines that can be cost effective. With that, I'm going to sort of wind up my talk and just give you a very quick view on what I just told you, which is the energy trilemma requires responsible advancement of all forms of energy. The transitions are slow. Innovation and technology advancement is driving change, and clearly decarbonization can be a big part of this conversation. Victor, I see you back, so I presume there's another CLE.
Yes, Ramanan, there is another CLE slide, but also I have some questions for you. So since you're winding down, I'm going to first share the screen with the CLE slide. This was the last one. Let me go on. This is CLE credit 2 for this hour, D8R2L. That is D8R2L. Thank you. Sorry about that, Ramanan. But now, that was an amazing presentation. But I'm going to ask you for more before we even switch to our other speakers. So I'm wondering if, for the audience, you could explain a little bit about the technology of direct air capture. As I was saying, we were planning to hear from both Net Power and Carbon Engineering. So I think people will want to know how that's working. But what I would also like you to comment on is the very rapid investment in these technologies by the majors, fossil fuel companies, which was going on incredibly rapidly up until COVID hit, and sort of how you see that going now. would you mind doing that?
So in fact, I have a set of slides from Net Power and from Steve Oldham's group
Excellent.
that I was going to show, but I can certainly take that on. So the idea of direct air capture is, how do I take atmospheric CO2 and capture it and get it into a high concentration state where I can get to over 80% CO2 as a gas stream that I can then use in a variety of applications, such as making cement, making bricks, making plastics, or for things like soda fizz, or for enhanced oil recovery. So, but it's the act of capturing the 400 parts per million of CO2 that's there already in atmospheric air, and finding ways to do this cost effectively. The challenge has been, the technology has been there for a long time. It is evolving, and the main part of the evolution is, how do you make it more cost effective? Back in 2011, when DACs were first talked about, people thought it was going to be about $600 a ton, which was prohibitive. Carbon Engineering, one of the companies from which I'll show you some video, has brought this down to about $120 a ton. And they are the ones sort of working very aggressively with the fossil energy companies in order to drive direct air capture further. And on the other hand, there are obviously other carbon capture technologies that are also competing, that are also looking for space. It appears that if we can get carbon capture to be between $30 and $50 a ton, we can find a very large number of applications where this carbon can be utilized effectively. Right now, outside of point source capture, which is the post-combustion capture, which is between about, say, $50 to $55 a ton, unsubsidized, is perhaps the closest we've gotten to getting to effective, cost-effective capture of CO2. So with that, I'm going to switch gears and talk for my colleagues, Steve Oldham and Bill Brown from Net Power, and just give you a very quick overview on how we can advance addressing the carbon challenge, and try and not talk too much for them, but I'll try and very quickly address this issue. So as Victor mentioned, one of the big challenges is how do we look at carbon dioxide removal? One is, we can obviously address it through point sources. This is what we call as conventional abatement technologies. The second part is, how do we look to take it out of point sources, such as moving vehicles? This is an area that is of growing interest, is how do I take it out of those sources that are hard to capture from? And the third one is really looking at carbon removal technologies, because without these carbon removal technologies, because of the fact that we have over 900 gigatons of CO2 equivalent that have accumulated in the atmosphere over the last 200 years, to remove these, in order to satisfy the 1.5 degree or 2 degree sort of scenario that IPCC came up with, we will not get there without these carbon removal technologies. And that is what is shown in this curve, in this figure here, that shows this blue region must happen between now and 2100 in order for us to stay below the 2 degree scenario. And these are called carbon dioxide removal strategies, CDRs for short. And there are 4 technologies or 4 methods that people have suggested would work effectively. One is direct air capture, where CO2 is removed directly from ambient air through chemical processes and stored underground or utilized. Afforestation and reforestation is obviously a great way to take CO2 out. Ocean fertilization, finding additional ways to capture CO2 in the ocean. It is likely to lead to some ocean acidification, but a challenge that can be addressed by adding other minerals to neutralize it. And last one is the mineralization of CO2 itself into solid materials. These are sort of seen as the 4 pillars of CDR measures that people have been working on. let me quickly tell you that this has not received universal acceptance because people have looked at these CDR technologies, specifically negative emissions technologies, which include things like DACs as well as biological methods to take CO2 out, and have said that it is unlikely to work at scale and therefore represents a major challenge to keeping the world's warming below 1.5 or 2 degrees Celsius. And this issue of scale has dominated all of the challenges we face with CDR. So let me walk you through a quick video that was shared by Carbon Engineering. This came from CNBC. They worked on Carbon Engineering's way of addressing the carbon dioxide removal.
Ramanan, I think there's no sound coming through.
Oh, okay. I had hoped there would be sound, but let me see if, okay, let's see if this works better.
For all the way
Does
back
this work
into
better?
the industrial age.
The company is backed by Bill Gates, as well as the oil
Can you
giants
hear it, Victor?
Chevron, BHP, and Occidental. It's received more funding than any other direct air capture company, and it just announced plans to partner with Occidental to build its first commercial plant. But not everyone is excited.
Partnering with an oil company is absolutely a step in the wrong direction.
You're not stopping the fossil fuel industry, you're actually promoting it.
So we've got a bunch of equipment around us here.
I don't know. Okay. Seemed like we timed out of that one. So let me. I will share the video with you. I'll send you a link of it, and we've got it on our computer here. We'll use that to show you more about that.
The link. Thank you.
Yeah. So thanks, Victor. I will share that link on that video. It's a beautiful video that actually has a lot of information on how carbon engineering works. But primarily, the way that it works is that they get the CO2 to contact calcium oxide. They've converted it into a solid calcium carbonate, and that calcium carbonate can be heated to release the CO2 as a pure stream. They are working with Occidental Petroleum to set up a commercial scale CO2 capture unit, direct air capture unit in the Permian, so that they eliminate the transportation cost of moving CO2 from one place to another, and using that CO2 for enhanced oil recovery in the Permian Basin in the United States. And that technology is likely to come on stream in 2021. COVID has not had an impact on that technology and is moving forward as we speak, where it'll be ready for commercialization and demonstration by March of 2021. A similar technology, which is again a CDR technology that is driving the capture of CO2 while making power, has been developed by a company called Net Power. This is located in Pasadena, near Houston. And they have developed a beautiful technology that captures CO2 from natural gas-fired power plants. It uses something called the alum cycle. It uses, instead of using CO2, instead of using water as the fluid to run the turbine, they actually use high pressure, hot CO2 to run the turbines in the power plant that they have developed. This is called the alum cycle. It's a modified Brayton cycle for those of you interested in the technology. It comes along with a technology called oxycombustion of natural gas that prevents the formation of pollutants such as NOx and makes the carbon capture much more simple. There are three elements that they have really developed that have really made it unique. That the capture technologies go along with the utilization technologies for CO2, and that makes it economical for it to be utilized today. It works beautifully with renewable sources. In fact, the partnership with renewable sources actually makes it even better because you can actually develop a cheap source for hydrogen and therefore get energy storage in one shot. And they've been able to demonstrate a hydrogen manufacture at less than $1 a kilogram today. And so this is really the advantage of Net Power's technology. Let me play a quick video here. This is shorter, so I'm hoping it will work better. So.
To reduce CO2 emissions, power plants layer on complex processes, resulting in increased electricity costs. Net Power breaks this paradigm using a clean sheet approach to design an efficient, inherently emissions-free power cycle. Net Power uses supercritical CO2 instead of steam to produce power. Natural gas is combusted with hot, recuperated CO2 and oxygen, preventing NOx production. Burning with oxygen, known as oxycombustion, is typically uneconomic because oxygen is expensive to produce. Net Power overcomes this problem by recuperating the majority of the produced CO2 into the combustor, dramatically lowering oxygen requirements. The resulting working fluid of high-pressure CO2 and water is expanded through a turbine and then cooled in a heat exchanger. Water is removed, and the remaining nearly pure carbon dioxide stream is compressed and pumped back to high pressure. Excess pipeline-ready CO2 is exported before the working fluid is reheated in the heat exchanger and returned to the combustor. This breakthrough process produces low-cost electricity, eliminates water consumption, and is emissions-free.
So as I mentioned, this is a slightly modified Brayton cycle. The beauty about this is that with the natural gas-fired power plant, this particular power plant can be with efficiencies as high as 55 to 60%. That gets close to natural gas combined cycle power plants while capturing CO2 simultaneously without any additional cost. It turns out that they have developed a 50 megawatt demo unit in Pasadena, Texas. It went online in 2016. To date, they have established that they can do all of the technology using off-the-shelf equipment, except for the turbine, which is a high CO2 turbine, and that was the only thing that they had designed and built that is unique. But outside of that, everything else is off the shelf. And this technology has been demonstrated for about 4 years now in Texas at 50 megawatt total power capacity. They have, until this point, only captured the CO2 and then released it. So a catch and release type of operation because they don't have an end use as of now that is contracted on a full-time basis. They have built plans to obviously expand it. And they are looking to expand it. And this is based on a pre-FEED study done in 2017, where they have built this out for 300 megawatts of electric output and be able to produce CO2 that is about 1 million tons per year that can then be used for applications such as enhanced oil recovery. The beauty about this is that the net efficiency of this is about 55% as designed, and can get to as high as 59% when fully commissioned in certain countries where there is higher gas prices. That said, let me thank Steve Oldham and Bill Brown for their willingness to share this information. Steve was willing to come here, but at the last minute had to cancel, and shared that video that I will make available to you later today. Let me sort of end there. And Victor, do you have anything to add at this point before I move on to our other panelists?
No, that's great. Thank you. I'll just reiterate that we will post both of these videos on the North American agenda and additionally send out to our registrants. Thank you so much. I'm sure we're going to have other questions before the end of the day, but let's get to the legal part of this.
Yeah, the fun part that must be addressed. And we have two wonderful speakers, Joshua Sarnoff from DePaul University and Sean McDermott from Blanchrome. Joshua is an internationally recognized expert at the intersection of IP law, environmental law, health law, constitutional administrative, and international law. But perhaps most remarkably, he spent a year and a half at the USPTO as the Thomas Edison Distinguished Scholar there, and most recently has been an editor and co-author of the Research Handbook on Intellectual Property and Climate Change. Remarkable person. I've been so delighted to meet him and get to know him over the course of this last few days. And just to sort of complete his sort of background, he got his law degree from Stanford Law and an undergraduate degree from MIT. Sean McDermott from Blanchrome, a proud UH alum, and a multiple Cougar degree holder in mechanical engineering as well as from the law school, works for Blanchrome, does processing and protecting IP rights in very diverse technology fields with a focus on the energy sector. Along the way, Sean had a very sort of interesting diversion in between. He did a BA in English from UT Austin until he found his way back to Houston and to UH and get a mechanical engineering degree and then the law degree. So with that, Joshua, would you like to get started?
I think Sean is next.
Okay, Sean, sorry.
Thank you very much. I have about 20 years experience in patent prosecution, and I would like to talk about how patents play a role in carbon capture technology specifically. And kind of looking at, a patent is an investment. It usually is an expense. You've got a piece of technology that you're not quite sure is going to take off. You want to commercialize it. And so looking at patents is a good way to tell where the interest is in the marketplace, where commercialization is occurring, and how companies or individuals are approaching problems. And one of those problems is, of course, carbon capture. Let me share my screen. So I don't know if everybody's very familiar with patents. So I mean, everybody typically has an idea of what a patent is. It's typically a technical document. Now, it's a technical document in the sense that it describes technology. It doesn't describe it in a way that you would naturally see in, say, a published paper. It's more in the realms of teaching people how to make and use an invention, and then an attempt to try to protect that idea and exclude others from using it. Now, when you file a patent application, you're making an investment. You're taking a risk that you're disclosing your ideas, and you're putting in money behind that investment in the eventuality of hopefully obtaining a patent, being able to exclude others from practicing that invention or licensing it to third parties. So let's talk a little bit about what somebody would attempt to do with a patent. And I use an example here of a simple device or a simple process, but if you can then visualize, then when we talk about these simple types of claims and things that you would attempt to patent in terms of carbon capture or in terms of other forms of negative emissions technology, then you'll get a sense for some of the challenges that you'll have in patenting various technologies. So there's several types of patent claims. There's articles of manufacture, apparatus, system, compounds, and products. And you could think of, a ballpoint pen as being an apparatus, and it's something that people can make and use, and it comprises various elements that you combine together. You could claim a ballpoint pen that comprises certain elements. Now, it needs to be new and not obvious over what's been developed before. So in terms of, say, carbon capture, you might have an apparatus or system, say a turbine, that you develop that comprises a certain number of elements that would have to be new and not obvious over what's existed in the past. Another type of claim is for a system, or that's an assembly of different elements. And so you could have, for example, with Net Power system, they have a collection of components. Now, those are off-the-shelf components kind of described, and perhaps they've developed a turbine that's unique, and they could perhaps claim a turbine in a patent. But they could also claim the system, and that's, say, a system for assembling a ballpoint pen would be a combination of elements that would make up the ballpoint pen. Other types of claims include method and process, and in terms of chemistry and drugs and things of that nature, the method claims or processes are very important. So, for example, you could have a method for manufacturing a ballpoint pen, a method for delivering ink to a substrate. In terms of carbon capture, then, you could think of the chemical processes or the energy that you put into a capture technology, the pressure you apply, the timing involved in that chemistry, in the end product and what you're able to do. Those could be patentable if they're new and not obvious over what's occurred in the past. And then there's a product by process type of claim, which is it's a product that's produced by a particular process. You might have some kind of unique process for developing a material that can absorb carbon dioxide, and that could be a product that you've developed, and there's a particular process to make that material, and that's what a product by process claim would be. So with an understanding of that, you can see that there's quite a few ways to claim a patentable invention that's new and not obvious, but you can't claim everything. So you can't claim abstract ideas, mental processes, mathematical calculations. You can't claim the law of nature, the things in chemistry that would make carbon capture operate, the various ways that molecules interact. For example, it most likely these types of problems run in say the medical field, that you see problems with laws of nature, people trying to attempt to claim a law of nature, for example, a method of diagnosing development disorders in mammals could be determined to be a law of nature that somebody couldn't protect. And in the realm of carbon capture, you might have a problem attempting to claim a particular chemical cycle in terms of being that something you're attempting to protect. The patent world is not going to enable you to protect that, because it's simply something fundamental. Other examples of things you can't patent are natural phenomenon in products of nature. So that just kind of will give you a sense of the types of claims you can make in terms of apparatus systems and methods and the various elements that you can't really protect, things that are fundamental. And in the end, your invention must be new and not obvious. So Ramanan talked a little bit about carbon capture. This is just a brief slide that kind of shows the process. You'll have power generation or some form of industrial application, and then you want to apply a carbon capture technology to get the carbon. And then there's some secondary uses that you can have for that carbon. For example, you can use it for enhanced oil recovery. You can use it in food and beverage production, pulp paper manufacture, metal fabrication. You can also store it in depleted oil and gas fields or deep coal seams in saline formations. So the problem comes, of course, in the carbon capture technology. What energy is required? What pressures are required to capture that carbon? And that's where the invention would be. And can those steps be economical enough for you to risk disclosing your idea to the public, investing the amount of money it takes to file a patent application, the amount of money it takes to prosecute a patent application, and perhaps explore its patenting around the world. So, you know, a typical patent application to write is $20,000. Now, for a startup, that might be difficult. They have to get funding. To prosecute a patent all the way to issue can cost tens of thousands of dollars, depending on the complexity. And to go and file internationally can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to try to protect your invention in other countries. And so that's one good way that you can think of patents is you can think of people taking a risk and making an investment on something they believe they could use in the future and commercialize. That doesn't always work out, but let's take a look at some of the forms of carbon capture that we'll look at in terms of the patent realm. There's various ways to capture carbon. There's biological separation, chemical separation, absorption, adsorption, where the carbon adheres to a material. You can use membranes or diffusion, and rectification and condensation. Of these, the three most mature would be chemical separation, absorption, and adsorption. That's where most of the patent work has been done. Biological separation is more on the new stages of development and including membranes as well. Biological separation and membranes more mimic what occurs in nature. Membranes are how our body operates in capturing or separating carbon. But it's very hard to make a large scale invention around that. And so those areas are just kind of growing. Chemical separation, a lot of chemical separation, in the chemical process, you'll naturally already have some form of separation of carbon. And then it's just a matter of how do you capture that in stream and then deal with it downstream. We talked about patent claims, and we talked about some forms of patents and claims that you could present. So I want to give you an example of a patent claim for an adsorption material. Now you'll look at this claim, and it's a product. It's a material, an absorption material, and so it's not directed to the method of making it, or it's not directed to the method of using it. It's simply, this is the material that we're attempting to protect. You can see that it's a very complex claim, and when I look at it, it reminds me of perhaps the the medical field in terms of drugs and drug patents, how the complexity of them, and the chemistry involved in making an absorption material that can capture carbon. Along the same lines, you can see in the same application, a method claim for abating CO2 from a flue gas. And in this is a claim that's directed to a method of using that material. So you've got in this claim where you contact flue gas with the particular material that you've described in the other claim, and then you strip a major portion of carbon. So this claim would be to protect the use of the absorption material that you've developed in stripping a major portion of carbon from a process. And then again, you know, we talked about method claims as well. Here's a third type of claim that you'll see in such an application. And here it's a method of actually synthesizing that adsorption material. And so it goes through all the steps to make this metal organic framework in the various parts of it. That the claim is much longer than presented here, but you can see that this patent application is an attempt to claim an absorption material, a method of synthesizing it, and a method of using it, among other claims. Now, you know, you look at the patent and you think this is an attempt to commercialize. They've made an attempt to commercialize this, and typically, you know, behind the technology there are parties involved in trying to develop that technology. And so this particular absorption material is similar to what's described here in this press release about a collaboration between private entities, ExxonMobil, and universities to develop materials that could capture, and as they express it here in this vision, that can capture more than 90% of CO2 emitted from industrial sources. You can see that there's been a lot of research, a lot of R&D to develop this particular material. There's been patent investments in filing and trying to protect it. And they have a vision, excuse me, they have a vision that in the future that they'll be able to license that technology, protect that technology, that it'll become something commercially viable and be a return on investment. So you can see the vision of a patent application in the reality of the patent claims that you have to try to obtain. The problem is, in the patent world, it doesn't always work out the way you would like. So in looking at patents, there's been quite a few filings in terms of carbon capture. I'll talk about that a little bit later. But in the patent world, if you file a patent application, you present your teachings to the world. You present your know-how in a sense to make and use an invention. And then other people can use that or rely on that to then make further developments. But just because you filed the application doesn't mean that you'll necessarily be successful in the end with that patented technology, or that technology will be patented. So here's an example of in the technology of biological separation of a particular patent application. It's one of the most cited references in the technology at one point. And it's directed to a particular invention of photosynthetic organisms using algae to capture pollutants and compounds. In the application then, once filed, has been cited in other later filings as being something foundational in a sense, where it's used to analyze different improvements and different technologies. Now, Green Fuel Technologies filed this application as an international application, and they filed it in the US, but eventually have abandoned the application. I'm not making any assessment of why that happened or anything. A number of reasons can determine why a patent will fail. It doesn't mean that the technology itself isn't of value. It means that it either wasn't new and not obvious, there wasn't enough interest or funding behind it, but there's a whole host of reasons why it would fail. So looking at patents in terms of what is happening in the industry gives you a hint of what people would like to commercialize, but doesn't really give you a sense necessarily of what would be successful or what would be the best technology. Here's another example of something in the chemical separation realm of a patent application that again is one of the most cited patent references in the technology. This one was filed by the University of Columbia. It's directed to methods of extracting, capturing, disposing carbon dioxide, and then particularly in ambient air and gas that it's emitted from a smokestack. Now, this one was more successful. It was filed and issued in the US, and there were then 2 continuations applications filed. And a continuation is where you've prosecuted a patent and then you want to go for additional claims or broader claims, or for example, your first patent might be to an apparatus, and then you might want to file another application that attempts to cover the method of using the apparatus. Those applications were abandoned for whatever reason. Another example in the absorption realm, which is one of the more successful areas in the patent realm in terms of patent filings and interest. Here's another reference from 2008 that's been one of the most cited in that technology in later patent filings. This is a process of removing carbon dioxide from ambient air and then using that, delivering it to a greenhouse. This has been a successful type of patent filing that's been granted in the US in several continuation applications. It's been pursued through a number of countries in Australia, Canada, China, and the like. So in terms of there's been a lot of patent investment, a lot of attorney time, a lot of filing fees invested in this technology around the world and in other countries, and it's been successful. Now, I can't make any judgments about whether this technology's been implemented or not, and I don't know if it's successful commercially, but in terms of the patent world, you can see that it's new and not obvious, and it's become kind of a foundational form of intellectual property that others have attempted to improve on, or has been used to assess whether others have made improvements. This last one is simply in the rectification and condensation realm. And again, this is just an example of, these are 2 independent inventors. They filed an application that became something that's one of the most cited references in the production of hydrogen and co-production capture of carbon dioxide. Their filings have been abandoned and lapsed. For any number of reasons. I can't make any assessment of why that would be, but you can see that in terms of you've got independent inventors filing, you've got universities filing, you have a combination of companies and universities filing together. various types of parties attempt to patent their technologies, and once they do file, they may or may not be successful. So let me move gears real quick and just let's talk about the now that we have an understanding of what a patent attempts to protect. We've got an understanding now of what are some of the pitfalls, or what are some of the investments needed to make a patent successful. Let's look at the patent landscape in carbon capture, CO2 capture technology. This graph, it goes way back to 1980. In that first 1980 is just a total of patents published up to that time. Then you can see that there's been kind of a steady rate of patent filings in carbon capture technology. Some particular milestones occurred when the Kyoto Protocol was implemented in '97. In the late '90s, the use of carbon dioxide in enhanced oil recovery became a technology that started to take hold. The real crux of the major filings in carbon capture occurred starting in 2008 with the great push that occurred in climate change understanding. And so you'll see there a kind of a skyrocket in filings, a lot of investment and interest in carbon capture. So kind of taking a narrow view, not so long back, going from 2007 to 2017. Here's another kind of breakdown of the number of patent applications, patents filed in carbon capture technology, and this one's broken down in terms of the different areas: the biological capture, separation, chemical absorption, adsorption, membranes, and condensation. You can see that chemical absorption and adsorption are relatively kind of the more mature forms of filings. People are more interested in commercializing or patenting those forms of carbon capture technology. Biological and membrane diffusion are more along the lines of they're not even in maybe pilot stage. They're more in the lab, in maybe more filings by individual inventors or by universities. The chemical separation, the absorption, adsorption are going to be more mature in the sense that you're going to have commercial filings, or you're going to have companies and industries pursuing patent protection in those areas. Now you'll see that it's kind of ramped up considerably, but a drop off in 2016, 2017. But that's just because when you file an application, it doesn't become public, or it can't be accessed by the public until a certain period of time. And so there will always, in these kind of graphs, there will always be a fall off of the numbers. And so the 2016 and the 2017 number are just a result of the fall off of not having access to what's actually occurred. And so if we go a little bit further, and we look at carbon capture of just greenhouse gases in total from 2007 to 2020, again, you'll see the drop off of filings, and that's simply because we can't access the information. But a search shows that there's continued rise in interest in the count of applications that are being filed in the cumulative total that are present. And this is just a snapshot of one patent database with 80 million patents. There's other patent databases and other ways to get more information, but this kind of tells that there still is a lot of interest in filing and it's increasing ever since, say, 2008. If we look at carbon capture or disposal of carbon dioxide, instead of just looking at greenhouse gases, methane and fluorocarbons and the like, you can see that it follows suit. There's 800 applications 2019. The typical fall off that we can't access what's occurring now, but we can see that there's still interest in filings, and it's growing since 2008. But again, it's good to have an understanding of how that fits in to the realm of other patented technologies. So if we were to look at, for the same time period, I'd say a production technology of obtaining oil and gas, such as fracturing or something along those lines, you can see that the count of applications is just tenfold. And the interest is there's much more filing and investment in that kind of just this area of obtaining oil and gas. You'll see the turn down again because we can't access it towards the end on published applications, but this is a definite turn down in fracturing technology because of the price of oil in what occurred in the past few years in terms of fracturing and its loss in being in vogue and in being profitable. And if we look even further to kind of give us a sense of where patenting is in carbon capture, and we compare it to, say, computer technology, we'll see 100-fold difference. Security arrangements for protecting computers, so cyber security. Looking at patent applications from 2007 to 2020, the interest in the filings there are just immense. And again, you'll see the drop off, but we understand why that's the case. But just looking at the total count and the cumulative number of available patent references in that time period, you can see compared to carbon capture or disposal of CO2 that there is a great deal of filings and security arrangements. That gives a good landscape of kind of where carbon capture fits in the realm of the patent world, and gives you a sense of the interest in it. I hope that's been helpful. I'm available to answer any questions in terms of patenting and what a patent application involves and what some of the costs and things of that nature are to help the discussion.
Thank you so very much. Yeah, Victor, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, when we go forward, Sean, we need you to up your video when you have a chance. Thank you.
All right.
Well, Sean, I did have one question for you, but perhaps we'll wait for after Joshua's talk, and we'll come back to you. So Joshua, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. See if that's working. Good?
Yes, looks
okay.
Good.
First, let me thank Victor, University of Houston, University of Calgary, Blank Rome, and particularly Ramanan and Sean for setting the predicates. I'm going to say a few comments about their presentations before heading into my own. The first is that Ramanan mentioned that transitions are costly and difficult. I actually started my career as an environmental regulatory attorney at EPA, then representing the Chemical Manufacturers Association and chemical companies. Regulation and taxation are also extremely difficult and slow. but they do drive technology development also. So the more that this is drives, the difficulty of trying to regulate carbon, the more we're going to see, as Sean has indicated, um, increased interest both in the technologies and in patenting. Um, the second thing Ramanan mentioned was the need for cost reduction for scale up. I think that's absolutely critical. I'll come back to that. The third is public to private innovation. That's going to be a real focus of my talk, and the difficulties of trying to figure out what the public role should be. And the need for coordinated policy solutions. That's clearly going to be the big problem across all of these things, including, as I say, regulation, taxation, intellectual property, and just the technologies themselves and regulating those technologies for negative emissions. I'm going to focus on CDR. I'll say a few things about solar climate engineering as well. Sean mentioned a couple of things. First is that patents protect the value of inventions. That's really a critical thing to understand because patents do not themselves create value. They protect value. Think of having a car with wheels that don't, are flat, no doors, no engine. No one wants to buy it. You can have a patent, but since no one wants to use it, there's no point in excluding anyone. So again, this really is driven by the need to recognize the technology in the market and the desire for other people to actually use the same technologies. That's what creates the problem. And similarly, Sean mentioned just briefly trade secrecy. You always have to make choice between trade secrecy and patents because once you patent your information, that becomes public. It is no longer a trade secret. But the converse is that you can't effectively keep something as a trade secret if it's easily reverse engineered. So you may be driven to patenting precisely because people are going to want this. And once they want it, and once you put it out in the marketplace, they can easily reverse engineering. It's no longer secret. Then you have competitive production that only patent could protect. Finally, the fact that the patent issues, again, is not an indication of value. Although it is in fact quite valuable, particularly for attracting funding, but one needs to think that it's a ticket to litigation because just because the patent office has made a first cut and said, we think initially that your technology is patentable, you can be assured that if you get into litigation, 10 to 100 times the amount, maybe even 1,000 times the amount of dollars will be spent trying to invalidate the patent or say that the accused infringer does not in fact infringe. So again, there's lots of money that's going to be sent to this, and I'll come back to the patent landscape in a minute. But one needs to think about this in a worldwide context. So you've seen on the slide, the overview. I'm going to talk about a little bit about the COVID-19 context and IP concerns, why they're relevant to what I foresee happening in the net space, and discuss a number of IP and data concerns both before generating the technologies and after, antitrust and competition law concerns, the problems of failing to adopt voluntary international measures to address downstream affordable access, as well as licensing of the IP for research and development by competition, and the need to adopt more cooperative but compulsory national measures, because otherwise countries are likely to impose these measures ex post anyway, and that will be highly contentious. So with that background, again, I don't think I need to say much about the limits and effects. I'll just mention that we just learned that Greenland's ice sheet has passed the point of no return. Again, this is going to drive toward negative emissions technologies or solar climate engineering much more strongly, which then drives funding toward the technologies and toward patenting. Again, I won't go into all of the ways that one can address decarbonization. Lots of money is going to go into this as well. That's not going to be the focus of my talk, although obviously a lot of patenting will occur around these things. And many of them are, again, not a problem of the technology, but a problem of land use regulation and other forms of social regulation. We've gone over a little bit of negative emissions technologies. I'll just circle the main ones. Ramanan did a terrific job. I'm just going to, again, focus principally on CCS and DAC. And again, solar climate engineering is also going to be in the mix. Here's a set of 10 different options. Thank you, Ramanan, for making me not have to go through this. And again, this is at the government level. Clearly, funding has increased significantly. People have recognized finally that we need to be doing this at the government level. We need to be both encouraging the basic research, but also the developmental research. And this has, again, not focused on private money. The private money is potentially much, much larger that's going to flow into these areas. Again, even more money will flow to the extent that taxation increases or regulation increases, because then the comparative cost that Ramanan had discussed mean breakthrough for costs or cost recovery is much lower, so these things can go much higher. Right? Sean went through some of the patenting. Here's where I think the problem really exists. If you look very carefully, the largest amount of patenting is occurring in the US and in China, and the question is, what happens to the rest of the world? We know that the patenting is a way of excluding competition, which then allows for super competitive pricing, which is precisely the goal, so that you can recoup the investments. But these technologies, assuming particularly that they're breakthrough technologies that don't have ready substitutes, need to be distributed in all of the gray areas, not just in the two blue, orange, or maybe even blue and green if we include Canada. Even within the blue and green, it will raise the cost if competitive production can't be achieved. And that, again, means that the scope and strength of the patents that Sean has been talking about become critically important, and then government's role in regulating affordable access is going to be critically important. So I just want to switch quickly to the COVID-19 context. Here we have a recognized emergency. And in the context of this recognized emergency, many companies that have invested large amounts of money in developing their patent portfolios have volunteered to donate those patents for development of cures, for development of personal protective equipment, et cetera, with no downstream requirements on use during the course of the emergency. I have only one thing to say, is that if that kind of beneficence in the context of emergency can be volunteered, it can also be compelled. And that's where the problem is generating the political will to generate the goodwill, to assure that people are willing to donate to address an emergency, while not disincentivizing too much the upfront innovation. This is always the problem between balancing affordable access and upfront innovation, but it's going to create truly difficult political conflicts if it's not done voluntarily. Similarly, Harvard and Stanford have an open license, and there they do require anybody who uses the open license to impose downstream access and pricing. What I want to contrast it to, though, is the WHO Act Acceler and the WHO CTAP, which are methods to try to develop the technologies quicker and to pool patents. Pharma's response to this has been nonsense. We've invested lots of money. We should be able to achieve super competitive returns. And the problem with that approach is that that's going to lead countries who have the power to do so to impose compulsory licensing and other measures to control and assure third-party production for affordable access if it's not provided to them. And this is particularly a concern in regard to vaccines, where basically the US and the EU and China and Russia, the four main developers, have effectively bought up the initial supply, suggesting in this context of Black Lives Matter that lives from Africa, from other parts of Asia that don't have the money to pre-purchase aren't going to matter, because they won't get the vaccine when there's limited supply, because those vaccines will go to the other countries first. So I have, again, I'm going to move off of this context, but one can see that if one treats climate as the emergency that it really is, and we're starting to see the adverse effects of that emergency in all sorts of ways, which is what I started with the slide, and you don't need to be reinforced. These measures are going to drive trade nationalism and technology nationalism in ways that are going to create massive political conflicts around the world. And even with a recognized emergency, the voluntary choices by people who have invested lots of money haven't occurred in the context of the ACT Accelerator, CTAP, which is the pharmaceutical sector. So we can expect that if there are real breakthrough technologies, which again, we want to happen, and we want the investments to roll to, that's going to create serious political tensions. Again, I mentioned trade secrets and know-how. This is critical to manufacturing. And here, AstraZeneca, GlaxoSmithKline, and others sought antitrust approval to enable pooling of their know-how while still keeping it not as a public knowledge, but as a trade secret regarding manufacturing processes. The Science Advisory Board notes that sharing is caring, and that collaboration could change the way that innovation competition are viewed. But we have yet to see if that's going to happen. Good article by Nicholson, Price, Artie Rye, and Timo Minson about this in the context of vaccines. But requiring firms to share is going to require compelled action, and that's where the controversies exist. So if we start going back to how IP is developed in regard to negative emissions technology, government funding provides, in the US, automatic rights to the government, but it also provides that title will pass to the recipient of the funding for inventions that are made as a default. This is why anyone who takes government funding can patent the technologies developed with this funding if they choose to do so. There are very rare exceptions when the government says we're not going to let that happen. The government also has, as I said, an automatic statutory license to use the technologies anywhere in the world. Again, that would, the language is for or behalf of the government. And the question is what measures the government might exercise in this regard for public related interests, but not specifically for government operations. That has not been litigated. Similarly, the government has the right to march in. This has been a big issue. I don't know if anyone has noted, but particularly in regard to remdesivir, the one treatment that's been approved by the FDA for COVID, state attorney generals have asked the government to exercise its march-in rights to license third parties to produce to reduce the cost and increase supply. And again, CRADAs have similar statutory license. Similarly, foundations that fund have sometimes used humanitarian use provisions in their contracts, particularly to carve out measures to assure distribution in developed countries. And here, again, if one looks at the WTO CTAP, not enough money has flowed to those types of arrangements on a voluntary basis. Fortunately, CEPI and others have got some money, but not nearly the level of money that's going through direct contracts from the government. I'll jump to the bottom of the slide for a second. And it's interesting to note that in regard to vaccine and therapeutic contracts, not only has the government avoided the Bayh-Dole Act by claiming that these are not subject to it, they've also imposed specific restrictions on those contracts that prohibit the government from licensing third parties. Again, this does incentivize the companies to develop, but it then means that the government can't control the prices, can't assure other parties are able to increase supply if it's needed when a vaccine or therapeutic is developed. Again, one can see how tremendously controversial this is going to be once these things start to roll out. It's already been controversial in terms of remdesivir. Finally, we have privately funded patents. Again, the whole point here is that you have a commercial intent to develop markets and to obtain super competitive pricing to recoup investments. So any limitation by margin or by government statutory license exercises or simply by price regulation or antitrust regulation are not welcome, but I'll come back to those in the context of international markets in a minute, because we're not just talking about US markets here. So one has to think about not only Sean's point that there are limits on what can be patented in the US, but there are also limits on what can be patented around the world, but there are also very different regulatory and price regulatory regimes around the world for these technology as well. And the concern is obviously that if people don't exercise these patents to avoid compulsory licensing or develop the patents, then it's going to lead to trade secrecy if it's possible to do so. Data and research tools, clearly there's a need for access, collaborations, increase the ability to develop technologies faster. But the idea of trade secrecy, the idea of seeking the patent to capture the market tends to minimize collaboration. But collaboration is clearly going to be needed for any of these technologies that are going to be complex products. Think about standard setting. And we have no idea how standards are going to be developed in this context. And clearly these standards that have developed in the communications world have been subject to massive amounts of patent litigation that's highly costly and raises uncertainties. Data generated by research can be held privately. Again, this reduces R&D effectiveness. Governments have often tied their funding to open data approaches and publication, but again, those have to be held back at least to the point of patenting. And similarly, there are concerns about the government mandating the open data because that then avoids trade secrecy in the data itself. And without experimental use or university exceptions, research tools may not be licensed or licensed at high cost, which further reduces R&D efficiency. Foundational patents can prevent R&D competition, grant market power. They can restrict competitive development, and obviously they create excessive pricing concerns about patent thickets, licensing holdup. If there are a lot of patents on any particular technology, you have to license too many. This is again particularly a concern for complex technologies, which is why we have standards and standard setting organizations develop standard essential patents and policies. And of course, there's a risk of potential litigation for known and unknown patent rights if you develop your technology but don't know what's out there. Okay, in regard to ex post IP access concerns, the US does not typically regulate pricing or excessive pricing, although there are FTC authorities and other authorities to regulate pricing, price gouging. That would require, of course, evaluating what gouging means, but certainly there are access concerns. Courts can deny injunctive relief, which effectively operates as a compulsory license, and there are always regulated industries approaches to pricing. That's particularly going to be a concern for the power sector, which typically is regulated through states. So then the question is, does their ability to charge market rates get captured through the rate base, or are the regulators going to impose restrictions on those types of pricing of capture technologies? Third-party unlicensed uses, again, voluntary measures to permit scale up. It's difficult to enjoin providers given the public interest in access to these technologies. And if they do, you may only get compensation and not at super competitive rates. but only a reasonable royalty. If that's what you're going to get anyway, you might choose to more widely and non-exclusively license your technologies. There's an ability to pay issue, and clearly public image concerns with suing decentralized users. Just think about suing the supermarkets for patent infringement. And of course, there's repair rights for these, which then gets us back to all sorts of antitrust issues in the contractual interface, as well as patent misuse issues. Finally, third-party production issues of repair parts and adequacy of supplies is going to be a big issue as well. Okay, so compulsory licensing seems to be the one issue that generates the most heated rhetoric and concerns on both sides. Of course, compulsory license provisions exist in environmental technologies when you regulate, and there's only one technology that will allow you to achieve the emissions. The Clean Air Act says that you have to provide a license to that technology, so you can't simply exclude others from using it. Again, there's countries can adopt compulsory licenses for any reason, not just an emergency. But an emergency avoids the need to negotiate over a voluntary license before issuing the technology compulsory license. The Defense Production Act in the US and similar compelled production authorities exist all around the world. And then your remedy may be to sue those governments if they allow it for reasonable compensation, which again may not be much less than market price of lost sales. Standard setting, again, how we set prices in this context is going to be quite difficult. There's been worldwide FRAND litigation, as well as injunctions and anti-suit injunctions to avoid the race to the courthouse in different jurisdictions, excessive pricing restrictions in some countries where, you know, if you have market power and you charge too much, that's actually an antitrust violation. And the consequence for doing so is typically to grant a compulsory license to allow third-party production at lower costs to reduce the costs, as well as there may be some disgorgement remedies. Similarly, if a patent technology is considered an essential facility, other countries, but not typically the US, will authorize access to that patented technology, even if you're not willing to license them. Okay, so we have failures of voluntary international ex-ante measures that have already occurred in the UN Framework Convention to agree on transfer technology, IP and financing provisions for that transfer. And again, going back to that slide where I showed you the US and China, the two biggest emitters in the world, for other countries to adopt the technologies that may be generated is going to go contrary. The payments for those technologies will go contrary to the common but differentiated responsibilities obligations to fund technology transfer and to adopt emissions control. So again, this is going to be unbelievably contentious. There was a failure of the global technology pool, a failure of the Echo Patent Commons, a great article by a colleague of mine, George Contreras and Bronwyn Hall and Chris Helmers, two economists. And again, there's no evidence that these types of patents that were voluntarily donated increased diffusion of the pledged inventions. So again, voluntary measures are going to be highly problematic. The consequence, as I've mentioned, is likely that countries are going to adopt compulsory measures, particularly for breakthrough technologies, and that there's going to be a failure of international agreements for the kinds of emergency declarations to address climate that are likely, including to permit compulsory licensing for exports, such as occurred in the Doha Agreement for patented medicines. Countries may adopt patent buyouts, they may adopt bans on patent rights, anything is possible. So in these ex post measures, including controlling prices and authorizing third-party production, are likely. Conflicts, however, could be minimized, and this is the main thing that I want to get across, by countries announcing in advance the conditions when they would exercise those powers. In that case, smart business people can make much more informed and intelligent choices about whether they want to enter those markets, whether they want to seek patents in those markets or not and save their money, whether it's worth it to develop the technologies knowing that they can't recoup the investments at the costs that they're going to be able to charge given the exercise of these powers that are likely to occur. Similarly, automatic public licenses could be adopted. Tax deductions could impose these conditions, reevaluating price setting and market divisions with antitrust law and within standard. Again, these things could all be done if countries could independently state, rather than having to try to work to achieve an international consensus, what they're going to do, and then smart business people can take their own actions in a much more informed way. Then again, it includes open science and open data requirements. Prizes can similarly be conditioned on these types of market access assurances. So with that, let's turn it over to discussion. Happy to answer questions, and of course, always happy to consult if somebody would like to retain my services.
Thank you, Joshua. Thank you so much. So we're a little bit behind in time, but we do have some questions that have come in, and we're going to save those for our question and answer. So before we go forward, I want to give us our update on the CLE for your first hour. This is the third code, B6T9S. We are now moving on to our second hour, the Dean's General Counsel panel, which is going to be very exciting. Lots of interesting questions coming up. Our first code for the Dean's General Counsel panel is T5, R, 6, and J. And the Dean's panel is looking at the energy transitions that are occurring, COVID, climate change, the presidential election, and everything that has made our world so crazy a little bit in the last few months. This is led, of course, by Dean Leonard Baines. Dean Baines is the Dean at the University of Houston Law Center. He is a graduate of NYU for his undergraduate degree and is a joint JD MBA from Columbia University. He is one of the most influential and successful deans at the University of Houston. He's implemented the exceptionally important and very successful pre-law pipeline program. I'm sure you also get to hear him on KUHF, which we all enjoy working with him on that. And he's going to be introducing our panel and telling us what they're going to talk about. Thank you so much, Dean Baines. Dean Baines, you need to unmute.
I am unmuted now. I want to welcome you all here. Many thanks to Victor and Gina and so many others who've organized this panel. As the Dean, before I introduce my panelists, I have to also say a little bit about what a Dean would normally say, that I'm proud of this top-tier law school with a top-tier program in energy, environment, and natural resources. It is a leading program with the most environment and energy related courses of any law school in the country. It's a top-tier law school that is very, very diverse. Our student body is about 35% students from underrepresented minorities, and also evenly divided between men and women. And we have the highest median LSAT in 6 years, which is a 160, and a very high median GPA of the entering class of almost 3.6. So I just want to do my dues to tell you how excited I am to be Dean. It's actually the beginning of my 6th year. Actually, it's the completion of my 6th year, the beginning of my 7th year as Dean of this great institution. Let me now introduce my panelists. And also, before I do that, let me thank our sponsors. I know that I want to thank Ian Holloway, who is the University of Calgary Faculty of Law. We have a joint program with them. Blank Rome, of course, is a major sponsor of the program. We worked with them for the past 4 years to put this program together. Of course, the Environment, Energy, and Natural Resources Center at the University of Houston. UH Energy, Ramanan Krishnamurti. UNAM, which is Universidad Nacional Autónoma de Mexico, and the Energy Transition Governance and Law Project funded by the European Union with the University of Lyon. So thank you very much for our sponsors. And let me introduce our really great panel. So Victor described it as a panel of general counsel. It's actually a panel of senior leaders in the industry. And let me introduce them. They are broad-based in terms of their coverage of different issues with respect to the industry. So first, let me introduce C.K. McCall. She's currently serves as the Executive Director of Renewable Energy Alliance Houston. It's a new nonprofit organization connecting and supporting businesses and professionals in renewable energy industry in the Houston area. Prior to that, she had been president and general counsel of Noble Environmental Power, which developed, owned, and operated wind energy projects in Texas and the state of New York. Let's welcome Kay McCall. Next panelist is Ken Newkirk. Ken is the Senior Vice President, General Counsel, and Corporate Secretary of Helix Energy Solutions Group, Houston-based international offshore energy services company that provides specialty services to the offshore energy industry with a focus on well intervention and robotics operations. He oversees Helix's legal, human resources, and contracts and insurance functions. Let's welcome Ken to the panel. Next panelist is Kelly Rose, who's Senior Vice President, Legal, General Counsel, and Corporate Secretary of ConocoPhillips. Kelly and her team provide oversight in legal matters, corporate governance, compliance issues. She counsels the company on reducing risk, serves as an advocate for the company, and advises on corporate strategy and business plans. Prior to joining ConocoPhillips, Kelly was a senior partner in the Houston office of Baker Botts LLP. Next, let's welcome Kelly. Next panelist is Tony Trevino. Tony left his law practice in Houston in 1990 to become an oil and gas lawyer in South Texas. One of his first clients was Rod Lewis. And for over 21 years, Tony served as outside counsel for Lewis Energy Group, with a primary focus on acquisitions and transactions. In 2011, Tony joined the company as general counsel. And Tony says, to witness the growth and accomplishment of our company has been a great pleasure. And now Tony serves as private counsel for Mr. Lewis. Let's welcome Tony Trevino to the panel. And our last panelist is William Turcotte. William is a Senior Vice President, General Counsel, and Corporate Secretary of Noble Corporation. Prior to joining Noble, Mr. Turcotte, William, served as Senior Vice President, General Counsel, and Corporate Secretary of Cornell Companies, Inc. And before joining Cornell, William was Vice President, Associate General Counsel, and Assistant Secretary of Transocean, Inc. And between 1992 and 2000, he served in various legal positions at Schlumberger in Houston, Caracas, and Paris. And so this panel is going to be an interactive panel where I'm going to ask questions to the panelists. And as Professor Flatt indicated, it's going to be on issues with respect to energy, the economy, the elections, Black Lives Matter, a variety of issues. So the first thing, let me ask the panelists is, how is the energy industry doing before COVID-19? So we know COVID-19 has made a major impact in so many businesses in the industry and the economy as a whole. So how is the industry doing before COVID-19? And how has the pandemic impacted the industry moving forward? So let's start with the panelists. So who wants to start first?
I'd be glad to start.
Great, thank you, Kelly.
So the industry was doing, I would say, okay, but not great. There had been a tremendous amount of volatility in commodity prices in the last few years, and we sort of had gotten a little bit adjusted to a new normal of lower prices in contrast to the first half of the last decade. The other thing that the industry is sort of facing is a dearth of sponsorship. The representation in the S&P 500 had gone from about 12% to a little bit less than 4% at the end of last year, over 10 years. And so the industry is becoming, less relevant in a lot of ways, and certainly less loved by Wall Street.
Very good, thank you. Any other thoughts on this?
I can say on the renewable side, you know, projects have continued more or less as planned, generally speaking. But what we've seen is the flip side of what Kelly was talking about is we're seeing more capital interested in getting into renewables or clean energy in general. We're seeing more professionals who want to know how they can transition into it. And so it's definitely not had a negative impact. There's also a thought that with everything that's gone on, that there may be a renewed interest in manufacturing returning to the United States, which for security reasons, supply chain reasons, if that happens, that's going to increase the demand for power. And an increase in the demand for power is generally seen as an accelerator for the energy transition and the movement to cleaner energy.
Thank you. So Ken, William, Tony, you can jump in when you want.
Yeah, well, you know, you had a couple of things going. You had the downturn to start in 2014. And so, as Kelly mentioned, you had a really long slog. But finally, you know, there was an adjustment. There's a complete supply chain reset. So it allowed people to have some margin. But people had gone on a long time, you know, based on a certain level of activity. And look, throughout the industry, you had debt levels which were geared towards that, you know, that future. Things changed really in 2014. It had been a tough time. So for, you know, traditional oil and gas companies, finally getting some traction, and then you had, and so really it just not the pandemic, wasn't just coronavirus. You also had the kind of the double black swan of the pandemic, but you also had the OPEC plus oil price wars, and it coincided at exactly the same time, and that was a really difficult pill to swallow. You know, it was hard, really hard to get over. And I guess, you know, so what that reset has done to the global economy is, you know, we're still living it. People have different views, but it's, you know, we're far from out of that, and probably haven't, I'm sure we haven't seen the end of that. So, you know, the future is tough, and we'll kind of get to that, I think, in the next question, but it is really uncertain.
Ken or Tony?
Yeah, I think the other thing is nobody expected it to last as long as it has, and it continues, especially with COVID. And that's impacted so many different levels of the energy industry, as well as just this interest in renewables. So it's really revamping, and you know, we know that from the financial perspective, they're running scared. The lenders are a little scared on what this industry has and what it can do in the future. So it's impacted across the board. All the way down, and what this will look like when 14 hit. You know, it was a mad scramble, as Bill pointed out, that to correct this, but it's with the pandemic and everything else, it's really have a much longer term impact than we've seen historically in many, many years.
I would just echo what the other panelists have said, that, you know, we're coming out of this trough for a really long time, and heading into this year, we were pretty optimistic. You know, it continued on an upswing. And like William said, you know, it wasn't just COVID. It was, you know, the OPEC plus price war that was really a double whammy for us.
And so would you say that this COVID has accelerated the transition to renewables, and what are we doing to prepare for that? Any thoughts on that as a follow-up to the first question?
Well, that's going to be the question. I mean, you know, you know, for me, the question is, if it's pure economics, and if you strip away, you know, subsidies, and you have to make projects last, you know, through cycle over time, purely on the direct economics. Look, I think oil and gas, traditional oil and gas, has a really strong place, and you know, the other technologies have been around for a long time, and frankly, you're going to need them to meet energy demand needs, you know, unless there's been a permanent reset in the economy, which, you know, even if it's bad, it's you know, highly unlikely. But the real question is, is do you look at just the direct returns on a project, or is there a broader view, which seems to be the case, certainly in Europe for a long time. When you look at the impact on the environment, you have to consider that when you think about what your energy sources are going to be. And so while, so subsidies in a way are viewed as, a necessary part of the economics, because you have to have some form of transition. Far from certain where that shakes out, because ultimately, governments have their own restraints as well. So unclear to me, but I think they're clearly, it continues to grow, but the economy globally continues to grow.
Yeah, and I'll say that, we engage in scenario planning and to address the energy transition, and most scenarios that we see, at least right now, will show fossil fuels being a large part of the energy mix still, even by 2050, even in a 2 degree or 1.5 degree scenario. So I think that the transition to renewables is constantly accelerating. COVID might or might not have something to do with it. Certainly had something to do with demand, which affects how energy companies and the fossil fuel industry are going to operate going forward, basically further necessitating being the lowest cost supplier.
Anybody else have any thoughts? Kay must have thoughts.
Oh, do you have an hour? I mean,
not quite, but.
I would say whether it's an accelerator or not is too soon to say. We haven't seen a deceleration. When companies are surveyed about if anything about the pandemic has changed their views on ESG, the answer is no. I mean, they continue to have the same kind of focus. I mean, the best thing to accelerate anything is a better economy, right? And so coming out of the COVID era into a more robust economy will be the greatest accelerator. But there are definitely views that there could be a bit of a slingshot effect after 2020, whenever we get out of this, and at least equal, if not greater interest in the renewable space. And definitely as long as the capital is excited about it or interested, I don't know if they're excited, but interested, then then good things are likely to happen.
Ken or Tony, do you have any thoughts? So are you guys doing anything to prepare? I mean, how does one prepare, I guess, is the question.
Well, I mean, if the question is it says, this current environment an accelerator for renewables, I think at our company, renewables was already trending. And, I would say 40% of our robotics revenue is tied to renewables already. And, ESG investing is clearly on all investors' minds and lenders as well. So, I think like Kay said, it remains to be seen whether it's an actual accelerant, but we were already trending that way to begin with. And I think, Dr. Krishnamurti mentioned the same thing earlier in his discussion, that, renewables is, picking up the pace for sure.
And I think, as we heard earlier this morning in the session, there's definitely a place for both. For the foreseeable future. Neither one can take the demand, and hopefully there'll be an increased demand as projected. And I think there is a place, and I think efficiencies and everything will continue to evolve. And at least for the foreseeable future, I think there's a need for both traditional as well as renewable energies. And you're going to see more of a cooperation, I think, between within the industry towards that end.
Now, what about, the COVID has really taken a task on a lot of different things. The economy has affected the economy very badly in terms of unemployment and shrinkage of demand for a lot of different goods and services. And we just don't know how long the economy will be in this situation. We have had, record number of stimulus packages that have tried to protect people who may have suffered from the bad economy. We've also had monetary policy that's been used to prime the pump and buy back bonds and whatnot. And obviously the economy affects this industry. So what is your forecast for the economy and its effect on the industry? Tony's laughing.
I wish I knew. That's all, that's everybody's guess. And, that's, it's how quickly this recovers, because it has had a tremendous impact. I mean, I think it's clearly indicated, and a much, starting in 2014 now, here we are 6 years later, and we're still facing a challenge to this industry that we've never seen in the, last many years, at least during my career. And so it's trying to adjust with it and be ready to react. Unfortunately, I think it's had such a great impact on part of various elements of the industry that you won't necessarily see recover anytime quickly, but there again, the demand will hopefully increase and there'll be a need for it. But it definitely is a factor in what's happening in the industry and what will happen in the future.
Okay, so we're not sure what the future holds.
Right. I'm not. Maybe the rest of the panelists are smarter than I may have the answer.
But you're all senior business people, so you have to prepare for the future. So what future are you preparing for?
So, I mean, what we're monitoring, obviously high frequency, signals for what we think is going to be happening next year in particular. And we do think over time that the industry will recover to sort of a, mid-50s kind of scenario. But, right now what we're looking at is, well, what's going to happen in the next 12 to 24 months? And so you look at, transportation, obviously COVID is probably the main driver, but we're looking at that all the time. And I think we're sort of somewhat constructive on prices for the second half of the year. At least think that they'll remain stable in sort of the mid-40 range, potentially, trending downward. But we're spend probably every day looking at that.
Look, I think you got. Oh, go ahead.
Well, okay, Mike. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. What I was going to say is the Renewable Energy Alliance was formed to help Houston prepare for the future. Because the mission of the Renewable Energy Alliance, among other things, is to help companies and professionals bridge over from the oil and gas sector and into renewables. It's also exists to help connect the renewable energy industry in Houston, because it's never really been a community. It's most organizations have been energy organizations, which in Houston's always meant oil and gas. And so we are trying to build an organization and build a community of people who are either in renewable energy or who are looking to get into it without any kind of disdain towards the oil and gas industry, and build that bridge, because they've been so separate for the entire duration. So we want to help Houston become the energy capital, but with energy meaning more than just oil and gas. So we're all, I apologize for the blatant plug, but it was just right there.
That's why I didn't want to step in your way.
Thank you.
Well, we appreciate your contributions, that's for sure. So William, you had some thoughts.
Well, yeah, look, there's demand and there's supply. I mean, those, when you're running a business, there was a tremendous oversupply, you name it. There were, too many Permian E&P companies, there were too many fracking companies, or in both companies and also total units. We were finally starting to rationalize supply. And then when you've had this, the COVID oil price war yet again, so hope's not much of a strategy, so we can all hope that the global economy returns. What you have control over is supply, and almost, you name the sector, there's too much, and there's too much production. Slowly, that is being addressed in terms of production. How you achieve that is pretty awful. Basically, companies go away, and you have had a lot of companies that onshore E&P companies that have filed And, you know, the banks, it's not a reorganization, you know, the banks are just taking assets over, and that, you know, that's generally not what you see. And so, but what you have control over is you have control over supply. And so if your industry is not addressing that, you're probably going to be in for a long slog, you know, even further. That's a tough thing. That means, you know, basically companies and assets need to go away, and individually, as an individual company, that's almost impossible to do. So it's just led this prolonged downturn, just in some, you know, or, you know, oversupply as well. You know, it's an ugly way you get rid of supply.
And in terms of, you know, how long will the downturn last? I think you've heard everybody say pretty consistently, we wish we knew, right? But, you know, for our company on the offshore services side, you know, we have to look at it. We're always a lagger in terms of the operators' budgets. So not only does commodity price have to come back a little bit to make, you know, investments in, you know, CapEx and some of the OpEx projects that we would fund, but you know, those have to come back, and we have to get into the operators' budgeting cycle. So for us, we're clearly planning for, you know, we're firmly in a down 20, and clearly planning for a down 21 as well. That would last for an entire budgetary cycle, with the hope that, you know, come 22, we'll have a strong rebound, whether it's because we figured out, you know, a vaccine or something to that effect, or we've all learned how to adjust in this new normal. So I think, you know, for a service provider, you need to be looking long term like that for sure. And
Tony,
hopefully that's the extent of long term.
No, hopefully, yes. Tony, you have any thoughts?
I think, you know, the panel's hit on it. It's really making the adjustments and trying to and get creative. I think too. I think you're finding within the industry there's more innovation and how to apply it. There is, you know, we're seeing slowly. I've been always more of a natural gas producer, representing that avenue, being more from South Texas, and you are seeing finally a little more uptick in the pricing in recent days, and so hopefully that's a sign, kind of to what Will's talked about, was the adjustment in supply but you know, it hopefully recover like it has historically, you know, through the years, and I think it is much more of a world economy, so we're going to be relying on the rest of the world to make this adjustment.
So next question, a number of companies have pledged to be carbon neutral within a certain period of time. What's your take on that? And I'm sure what Kay's take might be, but I'd be curious what others might. So why don't we go with Kay first, actually?
Well, I certainly don't expect that that goal to disappear. I mean, you're seeing now, I mean, I think the biggest thing that we've seen this month is BP and their announcement and their press release that actually put some more concrete goals on the table and introduced a fulsome definition of an integrated energy company. That's, you know, that's a great example of a large company pivoting. But you have to go back to January when BlackRock came out with its statement that if you're going to have BlackRock money, then you need to be ESG sensitive, you need to be carbon sensitive, and we mean it. And I believe that was taken seriously. So it's important to investors. It's important to big investors. It's important to a decent segment of small investors. I think companies are finding out that it's important to employees. The generation under a certain age, they want to work for companies that that care about their carbon footprint. And so, it's here to stay. I think that in a few years, we'll be talking more about negative, wanting to be carbon negative. But for now, we'll take carbon neutrality.
Any other thoughts? I mean, you know, you raise a great point in that. I remember meeting with one of our alums, was one of the big firms in town, and she said it was really hard to find young attorneys who are interested in working in this field. It was just sort of interesting, that point, you know, that are, you know, the traditional energy companies. But let's stay back on this point. So where are all of you all respected? So maybe Kelly, why don't we go to you next? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think that as usual, this is led by the Europeans. I mean, there's been a clear split over the years between the US and the European integrated. So they've been ahead for a variety of reasons. They've all set, all of the big European companies have set a net zero target. Those companies are sort of reacting and positioning themselves in anticipation of European legislation. There also may be some energy security type issues related to that. Europe being dependent on Russia to a certain extent for its power. But you are starting to see the Chevrons of the world also move in that direction. So I think that, I mean, it's clearly moving in the direction of net zero, and I'm sure, as Kay said, eventually negative. And it's something that all of, I think all of the responsible companies are looking at very seriously. I will say that regardless of whether you set a net zero target, all of the larger energy companies, or when I say energy, I guess I mean fossil fuel companies, are take ESG very, very seriously and have for quite some time. And so regardless of whether you're setting a target, you're working all the time to minimize emissions. And no one wants to be venting, flaring, or doing anything like that. And so we spend a lot of time on those topics as well.
Any thoughts from the other panelists? Kenya, why don't you go first?
It's like Kelly said, it's always been important, but it's becoming even more of a focus now. It's something our board has continually focused on. Kay mentioned BlackRock's statement. BlackRock is obviously an important investor to a lot of companies out there. Siemens Energy just closed a €3 billion credit line that has a lot of ESG KPIs in it. And so, like a lot of things, follow the money, right? But, for our space, you mentioned maybe the philosophy of some of the, younger generation and their draw or maybe lack of interest in our space. And it's just an interesting dilemma because it is such an important thing for investors now. It is such an important thing to be, environmental stewards. But at the same time, we have a core customer base, and we wouldn't want to, move away from, the values that say, this is still, oil and gas is still an industry that we believe in. And it's not to say that you can't do both, but, it's not quite I wouldn't call it an identity crisis. But at the same time, you need to be able to demonstrate to your major investors, hey, this is important to us as well. But say, we can continue to do what we're doing and do it in a more, sustainable way.
I mean, the challenge, of course, is nothing's perfect, right? So that's whatever, type of fuel that we're using, there always will be some concerns about, I suppose. So about it. But, William and Tony.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let's get
go ahead.
Get
One
back
more
to
plug in, Kay.
Okay, Kay, go ahead.
No, I was just going to give a plug for the University of Houston and its focus on, not just the law school, which of course I'm a supporter of, but also the university as a whole and its commitment to developing common understanding with people about sustainability and different issues affecting energy. I'm currently enrolled in an inaugural class that's about sustainability that Ramanan and others have put together. And I think it's important. You don't have to be a business person to benefit from understanding when these things are being discussed, what's really at the core of it. And even though I've been in renewable energy for a number of years, it didn't mean I knew everything about sustainability and about different issues of affecting carbon footprints and getting to carbon neutrality, et cetera, et cetera. So there's some good programs out there, and University of Houston has one, and I would recommend it.
Thank you for the plug for the University of Houston. William and Tony, any thoughts?
Yeah, look, it really goes back to how much is the world willing to pay for energy. again, these are not new technologies. Battery technology has improved, but again, think about the total, footprint that battery technology has. And climate change is real, to be governed by data and science. And I think if we are, something needs to improve. But nothing can compete right now, even remotely compete with, oil and gas, just because the ability to produce it and store it and have it available. And so to me, that's the interesting, that'll be the interesting thing to watch. How do you ensure 24/7 availability across the demand spectrum, not just for still a relatively small portion? And so how do you do that? There's a cost to that. What's the true cost, even on the environment? Wind's fine, solar's fine, electric, not so fine, although that's converting. And so I would encourage people to, to watch that. And then ultimately, if we want to move away from, the carbon footprint we have, it is going to be extraordinarily expensive right now, unless there's a real change, an evolution in technology.
Thank you. Tony, last thoughts on this topic?
No, I think it's hit on it. And again, we've discussed it before. It's an evolution. It can't happen overnight. Renewable energies couldn't handle the demand, take over the entire thing, and we know that. We heard it earlier today again in this conference. And I think again, it's a cooperation. I think technology is improving. So to the extent of traditional fossil fuels, I think it's becoming a little cleaner and has been over several years. It doesn't mean it's entirely clean, and there's definitely issues with it. But I think together it can. There's definitely still a environment where both are needed, and as the demand for renewables increases, I think that'll be adjusted within the traditional oil and gas fossil fuel.
Great, thank you. So next question. So the past few months, we've had some racial and social unrest after George Floyd's passing. A number of things that I would have never envisioned in my lifetime, in terms of Mississippi taking down the Confederate flag, or Aunt Jemima's image coming off of the pancake box, and among other things have changed. And I've heard from a lot of our alums that at a lot of law firms and other places, there have been discussions with their attorneys of color about some of the things and practices and whatever is going on. And one of the things I've also noticed is a lot of the lawyers in the state of Texas anyway, are not particularly diverse, especially at the big firms. And so I'm just curious, what has your firm or enterprise done or thinking about doing with respect to some of the racial inequities that still exist? So any thoughts on that?
Well, I'll start. I mean, I think that, the Black Lives Matter movement and, the terrible murder of George Floyd, I mean, has, it's electrified people in this company just like it has all over. I mean, I think you've seen it everywhere. And certainly this industry is not particularly diverse. I mean, you were talking about the law firms in town are not either. They're not. And I think what may be different about what's going on now is I feel like the horror of what we have witnessed have made us more able to have really hard conversations and really, really try to understand the perspectives and burdens under which in particular our Black colleagues have been operating under. And I think it's certainly been pretty eye-opening, and I think people have been more willing to talk about it and certainly more willing to listen. So that's, that's a start. That's not something that diversifies the industry, but I think the more you can talk, honestly, the better chance you have of actually addressing these inequalities and inequities.
Thank you. Any other thoughts?
Well, so a difficulty has been, most of the industry has been in this massive layoff mode. I mean, truly survival. It's hard to do anything. But having said that, I do think it is kind of shaken a lot of people out of complacency. And when, I'm not sure people viewed it that way, but in the reality, it was complacency. I think, so speaking from our company, we're going through a process where, we will have, changeover, almost complete changeover on our board. And that is front and center, and it's really great. And then, then you have top down, and, we had really good gender diversity. We had the first woman CEO in the offshore drilling space. We had, really strong female representation on the board, but no racial diversity. And I think now that's front and center. And so, yeah, I mean, it's been something which I think has made people kind of look at racial relationship and inequalities much more openly, honestly, and Kelly said, have the ability to have that conversation. And so my own sense is you will see true movement, true, evolution, and long overdue.
Any other thoughts?
Well, I wasn't going to speak until William did.
Let me give a plug for the offshore drilling industry real quick.
Is this a competition between the two of you?
I was just trying to let it plug away. He
No,
does good work, by the way, as do you, Dean.
The Black Lives Matter movement and everything that came with it has, I would say, increased the level of conversation for those who are in, or at least some of us who are involved in talking about the energy transition, because the energy transition is going to take a while. There are going to be a lot of things that are going to change. And as it sits currently, the energy industry, broadly defined, is underrepresented in many different areas, has an underrepresentation problem. So we really need to be working all the way at the university level and up to develop the right pipeline of the future generations of leaders who come from more diverse backgrounds than what we see. I mean, that's not true for every company, but it's true for a lot, and we've made some headways. At least, yeah, we've made some headways with the gender diversity, but I don't know that we've made much headway otherwise. And so there's still room for a lot of work, and there are going to be important decisions to be made, and we need to have the right representation at the table when those decisions are being made, and that's going to take time. I think about the pipeline program that the law school has, which is a wonderful program, and just have had conversations about how we can have pipeline programs in the energy industry to increase the diversity that we have, not just at the early years all the way through, right?
Because a lot of it's exposure, right? So that the industry is open and available to people. They may just not know that it's, that's something that they can do or they'd be interested in. But it's such an integral part of Houston and Texas economy that, really should be, one would think that there would be more participation by different groups in the industry. But I guess we haven't heard from Tony or Ken. Any thoughts on this?
I think Kay nailed it. I mean, there is definitely a movement afoot, and I think there's a recognition that the industry as a whole kind of lacks that diversity. But it stems back to just generating an interest. You could have all the positions available if when this thing turns around again, is to Will's point, there people have, a lot of oil and gas companies, or most oil and gas companies, lay people off rather than hiring. But when that turnaround happens, I think it's making sure there's an interest, get an interest out there. I think there will be an interest, and there is currently an interest in businesses and companies to hire and diversify. but where are those candidates, and how to generate those candidates and their interest, again, as a case point, to at the lower, starting with the education. And I think the industry as a whole is working towards an effort to do that. And it's definitely, again, I think people have heard this loud and clear finally, and I think there is truly a movement afoot to make this change. It's just going to take time, but it's going to be on all levels. And I think we all are cognizant of it, and try to encourage our peers to make that effort as well.
Yeah, and I would just add that, it's the reaction on an individual level is probably not unlike at a corporate level, which is we can all acknowledge that this industry historically isn't diverse. But I look at our company, I think I've got 4 offices. We operate in, 4 offices on 4 different continents. We operate on 6 different continents. We got a very diverse global, workforce, and I'm sure others do as well. And so the inclination is to think, that's not my company. My company actually is diverse. And so the first tough conversation you have to have is with yourself to say, step back. Am I really, the answer is no. You don't live that reality, speaking for myself. So that's the first tough conversation to have. Then, from there, I've had conversations with my teams that will report up through me. And then, like I think Tony mentioned, it's incumbent upon us to reach out to the service providers that work for you to say, start that conversation to say, look, this is something that's important to my company. I might be, as a service provider, beholden to the operators' budgets. Well, guess what? The law firms that report to me, they get to answer to the things that are important to me. So as soon as I can communicate, hey, this is something that matters to me, that this is on my radar, it doesn't need to be immediate, but it needs to be, you're not going to get there unless you start, right? And so that, I think, will also flow through not only the law firms get that message, the other service providers get that message, and then Dean, obviously, you'll see that coming through, through academia. But again, it's, whether it's renewables, whether it's this conversation, you're not going to get there unless you start.
I appreciate the honesty and the forthrightness about this. But one thing I wonder is that, conversations are good, and, but I wonder, I've seen other industries, as I mentioned previously, that they've made like a pledge. There's, some corporations, and it's called Move the Needle. And there's a number of major law firms and corporations that have gotten together and said, we're pledging several $1 million to do this. I recognize the industry is down, but in other industries, other industries have done this. And, hopefully the industry will be back, but it is something, we may want to think about doing now, in anticipation for when the industry is back. Because, we're going to need the full utilization of all our people, whatever their backgrounds are. And that's very, very important. So I don't know if any thoughts about the Move the Needle campaign, I don't know if you've heard about it, but I think Google, Facebook, Oric, law firms, and some others are involved in that.
Well, in terms of what's going on in the energy space, yeah, I mean, look, that's a really fair, to be frank, that's a really fair point. It's hard to do much right now. Certainly direct employment, forget it. However, professional firms, easy to start doing that. It's a really interesting idea. Speaking from our own company, we've been barely keeping up, just trying to navigate through this. But that's the kind of thing, get a commitment now, get commitments now, finding ways to, get that in front of companies. Look, I think it should be done, and including with my company.
I think addressing the pipeline is really a huge issue, but the pipeline starts really starts with childhood, right? I mean, it starts with opportunity. It starts with opportunity to, make progress in the STEM fields. So you then, can actually work at a place in this industry. And so ConocoPhillips is very much focuses on STEM education. I mean, that's one of the main outreach and initiatives that we have. And so I think that is a way to address pipelines, but there are many, many ways to do that.
Dean, you want to put a plug in for your pipeline program, which
There you go.
I've had the pleasure of being involved with a little bit. But yeah, I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, so the pipeline program has started about 5 years ago. It works with college students from all over the country. And they don't all go to UH, but we spend time with them where they take law school classes and they get LSAT prep. The students on average increase their LSAT scores by 10 to 14 points. And 10 to 14 points on the LSAT is a major increase. It means not going to law school, going to law school, going to some law schools versus, going to other law schools, getting scholarships versus not getting scholarships. And they've done really well. I mean, I wish they would all come to UH, but people have gone to University of Chicago, UT, and a lot of other schools in between. And the ones who've come to UH have been, extraordinary. One is on law review, one is in the top 20% of the class, one won a writing competition for the state bar, named after Harriet Myers, for women's issues. One did a semester-long clerkship at the SEC. One is named 30 under 30 by Forbes magazine. So they've really been quite remarkable. And I think the thing is that, and these are the ones that have stayed with us. The other ones have been really amazing too. And it really would be great if we could do something like that across the industry, not just for people interested in law, but also engineering or business or whatever, so that we had a little bit more diversity. But thank you for allowing me to have the plug. Last question, and actually there's some audience questions. So we're facing presidential election year, and where some have said it's going to be the most crucial, fundamental election in the country's history for a variety of reasons. But I want to focus specifically on how it affects this industry. I've seen some headlines saying that Donald Trump is more favorable to the industry than Joe Biden. I don't want to get into politics, but I'm sure I know with business people, you're always factoring in what the environment is like, whether it's the political, economic, marketing, social environment. Those are things that I know that all you're thinking about. So I'm just curious in terms of what your planning is, for the future based on the status quo happening versus a change. So anyone want to go first?
I'm glad to go first.
Question.
Wait, who is this now? Wait,
Go ahead,
so Ken wants to go first?
Yeah.
No, I was just going to say, good luck asking this question and keeping it apolitical. But we would like to think that we've thrived under both Republican and Democratic administrations. So our company isn't really looking at this as sort of like a litmus test, positive or negative election outcome. But certainly, Joe Biden's selection of Kamala Harris to his ticket has probably raised the profile even further around discussions around climate change and fossil fuels and things like that. So, you can debate all you want whether or not the thinking is accurate around Republicans being more favorable to energy than Democrats. I'm not sure if that's actually true. I think more than anything, we would look for administration that approaches our industry with some fairness, sort of recognition that, again, this is an industry that is, as William said, this is essential. This is cost benefit analysis, but this is a critical industry that, so long as we're not on the sort of persecution end of scoring political points to pander to a base, there's absolutely nothing wrong with keeping an industry honest and demanding accountability, whether it's on the environment side or what have you. But I think that would be maybe the concern, historically speaking, of what an election result would mean for our industry.
Good, thank you. Any other thoughts?
I mean, I guess I'll give my 2 cents on the renewable side. I don't really hear that much conversation around it. I mean, I think there's a view that one outcome is better for the industry than another outcome. But it's generally tends to be a optimistic bunch anyway. So it's just seen more as, I guess, a matter of degree, not to make any kind of pun on climate change. But you know, I'm not hearing anybody jumping up and down and say, oh, if this happens, then that's going to be great, or if that happens, it's going to be terrible. We didn't find that there was a big impact, really that big of an impact over the last 4 years from a, you know, so I mean, I think it's full speed ahead either way. I turned off my phone, but not my watch.
Any other thoughts on the election and your planning for it?
Yeah, we plan. I mean, we plan. Obviously, we have to look at potential scenarios and think about how we might react. We're not going to wait till something happens to react. And so we, you know, some of it has to do with whether the Senate flips as well. Obviously, that's a big game changer if that happens. But you know, you have to decide, well, if there's going to be a ban on fracking on federal lands, what are you going to do? Well, do you have the ability to switch to your state lands? Do you, you know, how are you going to develop those properties? One thing we know is that governments tend to flip back and forth over time. And so, you know, maybe you could go develop those lands later. And of course, we have to keep an eye on, you know, other things that are really important to this industry. I mean, I think one thing that is probably the most difficult is, you know, sort of the transportation and offtake difficulties that we have. The visceral opposition to pipelines as a means of transport when, you know, they're probably some of the other means of transport are vastly riskier and more dangerous to the environment. So I think part of it is, you know, working within whatever system we have to come up with the best outcome for our industry.
Great, thank you. So William and Tony, I don't think you've been in yet. Tony, it looks like you want to say something.
Yeah, well, you know, I think in a whatever normal means, but in an ordinary election, I think it would have a greater impact on, you know, one party versus the other. But I think it's really because of the pandemic, because of these other factors. I think that within the industry, that's more of, I think I'm hearing more of an interest in what the economy recovery is going to look like. Not necessarily, you know, regulatory is always important and things to that extent, but I think more people are looking to the candidate and the party and just the makeup of how this economy is going to come back. And I think that's more of a driving force these days rather than one party or the other. It's really that what the economy is going to do is that'll have a greater impact. At least that's what I'm hearing.
William.
I'll bite my tongue and not have to give a disclaimer that the views expressed are mine and not my company, so I won't go that route. Look, I think Ken kind of said it. I think across the board, it's a mixed bag. And I think the last 4 years, if you think about is it energy friendly or not, it's a mixed bag. I mean, and you can make a cogent argument that it hasn't been all that great. And as it not, the decision of the administration did not necessarily drive what's happened, but did they help? You know, I don't know. So I think it has a lot more to do with demand and not just in the U.S., globally. And then, so for some of us I know this is North America, and so it's, yeah, it can have an effect, but demand will drive it.
And one follow-up question is that, you know, one of the things I know for business leaders, stability is sort of very important, right? So that, you know, if you have a regulation, you plan in advance. Like it's actually better to have, you know, you may not like the regulation, but at least if you have like a 10-year window, you plan, it's like that's all put into your business plan and what you're going to do. But if there is this, you know, radical change or you know, that you're not planning, is that better or worse? I mean, I guess is the question. If something, you know, goes one way and then all of a sudden goes another way.
It's really difficult. I mean, it's extraordinarily difficult, you know, in businesses that have any form of regulation, which certainly our business does, irrespective of where you sit within the space.
Any other thoughts? Okay. So we had some, you had Kelly?
No. And if that's okay, it's Victor.
Oh, Victor, okay.
Yes, hi.
Is it time? You tell me it's time?
It is almost time, but there are so many important questions that have come up. From recruiting at historically black colleges to what do you think of the so-called $2 trillion climate fund that Biden has proposed if he's elected. So there's lots of things we've been talking about, such as Black Lives Matter, such as the politics, what's going to happen in the next election. I want to finish the panel, though, if I could, with one question that I think really encapsulates, it's sort of technical, but it encapsulates what we've all been talking about and what we've heard today. You mentioned earlier that there, you know, that some of the big firms, and led by the Europeans, but also in the US, are making carbon neutrality pledges. And sometimes this is primary, sometimes it's secondary, sometimes it's even tertiary. And it may be by 2050, it may be by 2040, or et cetera, et cetera. One of the questions that came through that I think we'd all be interested in is, how does the oil and gas industry move to that? And maybe a more bifurcated question is, would it be necessary to have this negative emissions technology that we talked about in the first part of the program to actually be able to do that or not? If I could just throw that question out there for our last question.
Well, I guess I'll say that, I mean, the way you do it is, obviously there are several different components to it. It's not only your own emissions, it's maybe electrification of your facilities. You are increasing cost, right, to do that, but you can do it over time. I do think, though, that net zero does mean, you know, it's net, so you do need the negative emissions as well. And I think realistically for a company, and particularly if you're talking about scope 3, right? I mean, for an oil and gas company, you can't have a net zero if you talk about scope 3 without negative emissions.
What else? I'm going to leave I'll leave the last word to you, Dean. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No worries. I appreciate your participation and your intervention and telling us time. I want to thank our panelists. I think it was a very vibrant and engaging conversation. So congratulations and thank you to Ken Newkirk, William Turcotte, Tony Trevino, Kelly Rose, and Kay McCall for having this very vibrant conversation and discussion that I know that our audience was very engaged with, because we got a number of questions. There's actually 7 questions which we can't answer, but we'll try to answer offline maybe. If Victor, if you can save them, maybe there's a way for us to do it later. But thank you again. And congratulations on your conference, Victor and Gina and everyone else.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
And thanks to all of our panelists. It's been so interesting. I've just heard wonderful things, not just from here, but people are sending me signals left and right. Thank you, thank you. I'm so glad to hear from all of these people. So I really appreciate your giving your time to talk about this, because there's a lot, so many big issues that are happening. Thank you for that. I will now go back to our little CLE part before transitioning to the final and last part of today's program. So I'm going to share my screen again. This is the first code from the second part of the program that we've just finished. This is the second code from that. That is P7R3W. One reminder, the codes I'm giving as we go along are those that are necessary for Pennsylvania CLE credit. The Texas CLE credit has one code only. I showed that at the beginning. I will also show that again at the end. So thank you all again for that. This has been a great and thought-provoking second part. And now we're going to move into our third part. And this is directly, I'm sorry, yes? This is directly addressing some of the issues that are facing the energy industry with COVID. And these issues are not just about drop in demand. Obviously, that's been a huge, huge impact to the industry. But it's also how it goes forward with its own employees and other things. So we have 3 different presentations. We're going to start with Ramanan Krishnamurti, who you met before, and Dr. Christiane Spitzmuller. Again, both of these, the biographies for all of our speakers are in the program that is available online next to the agenda. I will just note that we're very proud. Dr. Spitzmuller is also from the University of Houston with a doctorate in organizational psychology. She and Professor Krishnamurti did the first survey of energy workers in what issues they were concerned about in returning to work during and after the COVID pandemic. And so they're going to share the results and the follow-up from that with us first. We're then going to move to Dr. Praveen Kumar from the School of Business, who is going to talk about the business outlook in return from COVID. And then finally, from our own professor, Dr. Lopez Escribano, who's the head of the U.S.-Mexican Law Center, to look at it from an international and Latin American point of view. So I would like to turn it over to Dr. Krishnamurti and Dr. Spitzmuller.
Christiane, I think you have a presentation, so I'll let you start. And so.
Okay, all right. Thank you all. Victor, thank you for having us. This has been a really great day so far. Really, really interesting presentation. So what Ramanan and I and our team did earlier this year, there were a lot of people who always contact Ramanan from the press, and this year from Bloomberg and other entities had questions about, so what does this entire crisis mean for the energy industry workforce? And Ramanan passed the questions on, and we said, ultimately we don't have very good answers as to what COVID means for the energy workforce, but we said, like many things in life, it's an empirical question. So we decided to embark on a data collection. The first one we did really pretty early in the pandemic. We started collecting data very early April. So really just a few weeks after offices had shut down and people were basically home, to see what do things look like, what are experiences that workers are having, and what are companies doing in order to support their workers, what's effective in what they're doing, and what's really not working for workers at all. So we started taking a look at that, and we really wanted to see what can we derive in terms of not only answers to journalists, but meaningful policy recommendations for what companies can be doing in this. And then also, are there things that this crisis poses that are risks from an employee health and safety perspective? And then also we wanted to see, what does this situation look like in particular? There have just been Dean Baines raised some great questions about the energy industry's commitment and focus on diversity. So what are the implications for employees who are African American, Hispanic? What are the implications for women? And we also wanted to see this focus on ESG that the industry has built over time, that's really had an impact. Is that going to be sustained in this crisis, or is that going to be one of the things that sort of fall victim to these cost-cutting initiatives and other efforts? So when we wanted to know first, so companies that from their employees' perspective got this right, what do? They basically gave their workers flexibility, and they gave them especially the flexibility to work from home. So that was identified by most of our respondents, and overall in two waves, we surveyed about 800 people. That was really a key component. And then other pieces were, providing effective technology. So that was definitely a learning. And I think a recommendation for employers to sustain at this point, that this flexibility is something that employees really value, and that's something that can go a long way in terms of helping people be productive. So what made for an effective employer response? there was 3 factors that matter. So one is transparent, high integrity information and communication to employees. So employees who felt they got that, their companies were transparent, even if the news weren't always good. They had better employee reactions than others. Pandemic preparedness, interestingly, came up also. So companies that had effectively dealt with SARS, with Ebola threats in the past were better prepared for this pandemic. So I think that's again, a learning for employers for the future to sort of sustain learnings from one crisis for others. And then to really support employees' work-life interfaces. So as you know, many of us are struggling to keep our families afloat, care for children, care for older family members, all at the same time. There is a need for organizations to make adjustments, and organizations that were effective in doing that had much better outcomes in terms of employee reactions. So then we did another wave of all of this and asked more questions a little bit later, and we wanted to know, so the return to physical workspaces, which I think some energy industry companies undertook very early, as soon as the state guidelines basically were consistent with doing that. They brought everyone back to their physical office spaces. And we wanted to see, so what's the employee perspective on that? Do employees, are they itching to go back to work? Or do they feel, wait a minute, this working from home is really not that bad? We wanted to see, is there reluctance and what drives it? And we also wanted to see, what is the physical and mental health that workers are experiencing? And are there any differences by gender and ethnicity? So, so what we see there, when we asked people about returning to the office, people were much more hesitant than we had hypothesized or expected. So there were about 20% of people who said they'd rather take a furlough than go back to the office very soon. And there were a very, very large percentage. We're looking at about 2/3 who indicated that they'd prefer to continue working from home over returning to physical office spaces. So that's really something to keep in mind, as we're really not quite out of the woods in terms of the pandemic at this point. The research on that, I can tell you as a psychologist, is pretty interesting. So oftentimes I hear managers tell me, ooh, I'm really worried that they're going to spend too much time, baking with kids and doing things that aren't directly work related. The research on working from home actually indicates that people tend to be equally or slightly more productive working from home, and that the autonomy granted has positive ramifications. So what drives the reluctance issues for energy industry workers? So it's really 3 factors. The first one is unresolved care issues for especially children. The second one is demographics. For minority workers, there's a much stronger hesitation to return to work than there is for white employees. And then also a trust in that the company, from a safety culture perspective, will treat COVID issues at work as a safety culture issue, and that supervisors, PPE issues, all of those are handled as if it was another safety challenge and not as if it was something completely different. Then another thing we wanted to know, so what do mental health challenges look like? We hear about that all the time now. BP's had some great initiatives around making mental health during this crisis front and center. And we wanted to see, so how prevalent is that? How prevalent are these issues among energy workers? And what we did see there is that in comparison to normal non-pandemic populations, workers in the industry were reporting significantly higher levels of mental health issues than we would expect. So there's definitely, it's definitely indicative that more attention to employee assistance programs and initiatives of that sort will be beneficial. So we looked at drivers of that. Again, there's issues around job insecurity, family to work conflict that play a role in these mental health issues. Then what you can also see, and I think that's not unexpected at all, is that these effects are even more pronounced among people who have lost their jobs. So, as we look at transitioning people out, providing, there's usually services that come with that, but maybe including mental health services and outplacement types of initiatives is a worthwhile consideration. So what did people tell us on ESG initiatives, which I think has been a huge focus of initiatives within UH Energy and across the industry? We wanted to know, how do energy employees feel about the future of that? And what we see there is that that about 40% felt that might likely weaken, but there were others, about a third, who felt it'll probably be stable. So I think that's something where there's really a mixed bag of opinions, and it'll be interesting to see what the future holds there. Then we also asked about minority and women energy employees, and one interesting findings that we want to share here also is we asked the average weekly hours that the domestic partners or spouses of our energy workers work in an employment setting. And for men in the energy industry, their partners on average work 17 hours a week in paid work, while women's partners were much more likely to work about double the hours a week. So what you can tell there is that that comes with a host of ramifications in terms of work-family interface challenges that women in the energy industry need to manage to a much larger extent than men. So there's really, around these issues around ethnicity, a much stronger hesitation among minority workers to return to work that I think needs to be managed effectively with flexibility. Around gender, again, challenges for women, and there's really an opportunity for employers to view this as a safety culture challenge issue and treat it as such. So these are just some snapshots from our findings, our detailed reports you can find on the UH Energy website, and yeah, happy to take any questions you may have, and would love Ramanan to add his comments and notes to all of this.
Christian, thank you. So, but I don't have a whole lot more to add. You covered it beautifully. I think we should just move on to the next people. So go ahead, Victor.
All right. Well, Ramanan, thank you so much. And Dr. Spitzmuller, thank you very, very much. I forgot when I was introducing our panel, I forgot our very important member, Margaret Hill, who is also from Blank Rome. She used to be head of their environmental toxic torque program. And has been in practice with environment energy for several decades now, and is an expert out of their Pennsylvania, one of their Pennsylvania offices. So one of the points you mentioned, Dr. Spitzmuller, and I would address this to Ramanan as well, is you really show a linkage between COVID and also the issues of diversity and Black Lives Matter. That as we've read again and again, COVID has had a major or larger impact on people of color. And the concerns about COVID from that cohort seems to be borne out in your data and your research. I was very impressed when you first did the survey about incredibly flexible the energy companies were in allowing work from home. At this point in time, given what we know has happened, how people are returning to work, and the increased concern of people of color, what would you suggest is the right, or not right, or a reaction, or how would you instruct energy companies to manage this double thing about COVID and return to work and concern for the most vulnerable population of workers?
So, one of the things that we observed, and I think this is true not just for the energy workforce, but I think this is true across the board, it's that relationship between employee and immediate supervisor that drives almost all of these interactions. And really establishing that partnership between supervisor and employee, and working through what is the most flexible and yet the most optimal way to function for that particular job function is perhaps the most important thing that we learned from this survey, but we've seen this being reflected in higher ed. We've seen this being reflected in other industry. That relationship is most crucial. That relationship understands where the most important needle movers are for people, and can be your most effective way to build a partnership and grow the enterprise while keeping the individual secure. Christian, go ahead, add your thoughts on that. I thought that was a spectacular result that you found that we saw replicate in other places.
No, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think the only other thing to add really is that, that giving employees flexibility as much as possible, and emphasizing that flexibility, combining it with accountability, that is particularly for women and minority workers really a lifeline for them to be able to be productive workers, but also take care of their outside of work demands.
Thank you both. I appreciate that. We're going to probably do some more questions at the end for everyone, but I'm going to move on now to Professor Kumar. Praveen Kumar is the director of the Gutierrez Energy Management Institute at the Bauer School. Praveen, I'm glad you're here with us. You've got a big question to answer, of course, which is what is the policy and business future of energy issues post-COVID and climate change? So I'm going to turn it over to you. Thank you. Let me just, hold on, I think you need to unmute.
Yeah, thank you, Victor, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. It's always a pleasure to talk to this conference and to the the themes that this conference brings about. And I'm going to actually talk about some of the with the COVID, the implications of the COVID. Now we've heard a lot today about the immediate impact on the excess supply. But one of the things that I'm going to focus on, which I think is fascinating from an economics point of view, is the effect it seems to have had, which was very counterintuitive to me at least, on the acceleration of bringing renewables into the power grid. And essentially what seems to have happened is that, as people have talked about, that because of the COVID and the lockdown, we had a complete drop in the demands for the road transportation, the air travel, and because of the economic recession that followed quickly thereafter, a sharp drop in the electric power demand. But something that I guess I had not anticipated, and which has turned out to be actually true, is that there's been an acceleration in essentially what we've seen is that there's been a very rapid substitution away from coal towards renewables in the introduction to the electric power grid. And this is quite fast. I mean, and it's quite significant. Actually, in my thing here, I was unable to. I think I've lost my some of the slides that I had, but I'm gonna just basically talk about just give you the magnitudes. Like in countries like India, there's like a 45% increase in the rate of growth of renewable into the grid. In the US, it's about 40%. In the EU, roughly about 30%. And of course, I mean, there are two questions here. One is this really, first of all, to explain why this substitution occurred, because it's not very intuitive. The second thing, of course, is to ask the question, is this really a game changer, or is this going to be a temporary blip and we're going to revert back when hopefully the COVID goes away? Maybe, whether it's 18 months, 12 months, 2 years from now, will we actually revert? So in terms of why this occurred, it's really quite fascinating from an economics point of view. And, I'm a card-carrying economist, unabashed economics point of view, because what we are talking about really is, we know that there have been these long-term trends where the renewables have been getting cheaper and cheaper, lower cost because of technological innovation and the fiscal and financial incentives that governments give. On the other hand, like if you look at coal, that has had increasing regulatory penalty being imposed, especially globally. So we know in the long run there was this trend, but what was never very clear is what is the optimal sort of switch time if you're a plant owner, right? Because just because renewables are tending towards lower cost doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to replace your coal-fired plant today or even next month, because there is an offsetting effect, which is that when you try and switch over, say, from coal-fired plant to a renewable fuel plant, you're going to have a huge loss of, typically a very significant loss of revenue, because you're not servicing the electric power demand that you were servicing earlier. So that's a pretty significant opportunity cost that is kind of subtle and intangible and kind of gets lost in the analysis. But what the COVID did was that because it was such a huge demand shock, and where we know that the electric power demand drastically went down, effectively what the COVID did was it took away that opportunity cost of replacing or moving from coal-fired capacity towards towards renewable capacity. So on the one hand, so that was the one thing that sort of accelerated the move away from coal towards renewables. The second thing that sort of reinforced that trend was that because of the economic recession, most governments, as we know, came out very aggressively with these stimulus plans. And in most countries, the US was a bit of an anomaly, but in most countries, incentives for clean energy are a big part of the stimulus plans. So when you put those two things together, that really explains why we have seen, as I said, a 45% increase in rate of growth of renewable induction into electric grid in India, 30% in the EU, and this is just within, like, from February basically to end of July. And the same thing has happened within the US actually. So actually it's about 35%. So that is, as I said, quite remarkable, quite counterintuitive. Normally you would think, yeah, you will have a drastic demand in supply. You're going to have excess supply, as we heard about earlier in the earlier speakers. But the switch, or this fast substitution towards renewable, was something at least I wasn't anticipating. So the final question is this a game changer? Is this a temporary blip? And I think it's probably a long-term effect. And the reason why it's a long-term effect is that the channel through which the substitution is occurring is by replacing one long-term capital stock, which is the the coal-fired capital stock, to renewable fuel capital stock. And these capital stocks, as you know, in the power industry, tend to be long-term. They're at least 30 years, maybe even more horizon. So when you're able to sort of respond to perhaps a temporary shock by actual change in physical investment, which is long-term capital stock, you have essentially converted a temporary shock into a long-term effect. And I think this is what's basically been happening. And in some senses, in that sense, I'm more hopeful that this COVID shock, even though we hope it's temporary, obviously, and doesn't last for too long, may have resulted in a sort of long-term change towards renewables in the electric power grid. Of course, I mean, there are certain things that may be temporary. For example, the working habits, etc., will go back to the more peak load kind of demand patterns that what we are seeing now. But I think the conversion into long-term physical stock or capital stock is a game changer. It is a long-term effect, and I'd be very interested to hear what the other panelists and the audience thinks about this. Thank you, Victor.
Thank you so much, Praveen. Just to follow up briefly, I found it fascinating. So what you're saying is that by having COVID, that reduced, in a sense, the economic opportunity cost of going ahead and switching, because you're not losing all of that other usefulness you might have had. And so it's really is accelerating the move away from coal and the adoption. And because it's a long-term investment, that is going to happen long-term. So what you're saying.
Yeah, that very neatly summarizes it, and that's why it's really fascinating, because the point I was making was that the sort of understanding that there is this trend towards the dominance of renewables in terms of economic cost over coal, that we all know and we understand, but that never answers the fundamental question: what will be the optimal replacement time for a plant owner to go from coal to renewables? Just because the trend is there doesn't mean that they'll do it this year, or they will do it next month. They may do it 3 years from now or 5 years from now, because, as I said, there's usually a big opportunity cost when you're transitioning, right? Because you're giving up profits from your coal-fired supply. But what this demand shock did in this amazingly unanticipated fashion was it almost, I'm not saying it eliminated, but it basically vastly reduced the scale of the opportunity cost of replacement. So if anything, if you want to think of it from what we call in business operational research terms, it accelerated the replacement time forward. And that's the really subtle, to me, and counterintuitive part, because, as I said, excess supply we were all looking for and understanding, but the fact that it would hasten or accelerate the replacement time cycle from coal to renewables, that to me was a pretty counterintuitive. And I think because it's now in the form of, as you said, physical investment, long life stock, capital stock, that's not going to be easy to reverse. Once you switch, you can't just suddenly go back and switch, because you basically junked the earlier plant.
Right. So just to follow up with you and Dr. Krishnamurti, going back to his first panel. So we've seen you see the acceleration based on the loss or the dropping of opportunity cost of transition. Let's look at the push we were seeing in the negative emissions technology that was accelerating greatly going into the pandemic, and with great investment from some of the major fossil fuel companies. So moving out of coal and in more to the transportation fuels and natural gas, electricity. Is the opposite thing happening there? And I'll explain. Because COVID showed how fast a drop in demand could happen for oil and gas, did that pull some of the incentive away from the really fast technological innovation that was being pushed and going on in negative emissions technology? And before I let that go, I'll point out on the other side, a point we didn't make as strongly earlier. Everybody seems to believe, the IPCC, everyone else, that you will have to have some negative emissions technology, or you won't be able to control the impacts of the rise in temperature. So, so going back, is the opposite thing happening with negative emissions technology? Did the COVID thing slow that investment down? And is that explained by the opportunity cost theme as well?
So I can jump into this one, Praveen, and then you can take over. We actually see something different, right? We are actually seeing that some of these technologies, such as the net power technology, is really catching on, and it's growing because of the growth of natural gas as a transitionary fuel. If we can find ways to lower its carbon footprint and use that CO2 for useful products, we are seeing a huge amount of liquidity coming into that market, partly because it is leaving the traditional oil and gas market and looking for safe havens. This seems to be a place where there seems to be a lot of activity moving forward. Places such as direct air capture, I think the real issue has become, what is the stability of government investment in things where, such as 45Q. We've seen, at least in the US, a reinforcement of that idea that there will be renewed vigor for allowances such as 45Q. I think it has given, I think initially there was a slowdown, but now that we are seeing a renewed interest in sort of growing new technologies in that space.
Okay, I actually agree with that completely, and I guess I'm going to try and share a screen. I think I have my okay, can everyone see this? Because I wanted to show you the pictures that I was talking about. So
I actually can't see it on the screen. I'm sorry, Ramanan.
Okay, so actually, I have to sort of sorry about this. Yeah, okay, but just to reinforce that point, what Ramanan was making, as I said, there were two points here. One was that you have this sort of push towards the renewable technology or fuel use in the electric power grid because of the lower opportunity cost, because of this amazing, I mean, it is unprecedented demand shock. But the second thing which reinforced Ramanan was saying that a lot of what has happened is that there is also a pull towards this, and the pull is based on these technological innovations continuing very fast. But then as I said, if anything, the incentives, the government incentives, at least rest of the world, in most major countries, towards sort of adopting those negative emission technologies, that has actually been reinforced during this COVID cycle, because the governments were trying to come up with anything they could lay their hands on, literally, in terms of finding a stimulus plan. So you had this almost, it's like a perfect storm in a positive sense for renewables. So you had the push, the push coming from lower opportunity costs, and you had the pull coming from just, again, really aggressive stimulus plans, which just happen to have a big clean energy component as part of the stimulus plans in most countries of the world. And that sort of reinforces the kind of forces that Ramanan was talking about. So you put all of that together, really it's a perfect storm, as I said, except that in this case, it's not perfect storm in a negative sense, it's a perfect storm in a positive sense. So the real only issue is, well, how long lasting is this going to be? Are we going to go back to our bad old ways once we are out of this? And as I said, the one hope, the one positive thing I see as an economist is that you're converting this into physical stock that is totally different vintage, totally different technology than the previous stock, and that should be long lasting.
Great, thank you so much, Praveen. It's so interesting to see how all these things really tie together. I want to move over now to our third speaker, who's Margaret Hill from Blank Rome. Margaret, or I'll Peg, I'll use the name we talk to each other with, and call me Victor, has been an attorney in this space for decades, and one of the leading attorneys that saw and rode the fracking boom in Pennsylvania, understands that, is familiar with the issues going forward with uptake that we've seen, the objections to pipelines, and has multiple clients in this space. And it seems like the drop in demand because of COVID coincided with some significant decisions to perhaps disinvest in more pipeline carrying, or concerns about that. And I'd like to hear from you what you foresee for the future with this going forward, and what the impact has been.
Well, first, Victor, let me just talk about what the impact has been. From our clients' perspective, there's been significant concern in terms of the upstream activity, in that there's been, as we know, a lot of dynamics in terms of impacts affecting exploration and production. So that has been, I would say, definitely curtailed over some period of time. So there's less money going into upstream development at this point. At the same time, there's also money that is not going into what I'll call downstream activity, which is the refining industry. And there's a number of concerns within the industry that the refineries are really going to need pretty significant push in terms of increase in transportation, which should happen post-COVID, in terms of getting demand to be brought back up. But on the refinery side, and I would say definitely other industries as well, the one big concern I know that the industry has is that there has been decreased emphasis put on maintenance, operation and maintenance activities. So with what I do, environmental concerns, the industry has been putting off, not all refineries, but have been putting off some what I'll call turnarounds in terms of shutting down equipment, doing upkeep. And I think that the impact there might be seen in terms of additional Clean Air Act enforcement down the road, because refineries have been delaying turnarounds because they really simply don't have the money to do that. At the same time, there is an opportunity, I believe, for the petrochemical industry, because there seems to be, from what I'm seeing from clients, additional interest in petrochemical development in the US as opposed to what there had been in years past. So it's interesting in terms of, you look at the upstream, midstream, downstream, which I would also place petrochemicals there, the market's just moving. And we're seeing that in terms of what clients are asking us to do. For example, we're seeing a lot of clients very interested in chemical industry transactions, trying to buy chemical companies, selling chemical companies. At the same time, like I said, on the refinery side, we're seeing perhaps, and we'll continue to see, a bit more Clean Air Act enforcement activity. And then also, I'll just throw out one more interesting event that I've been seeing is companies very interested in transitioning some of their manufacturing into hand sanitizers, for example, in terms of disinfectants. So we've been getting a lot of clients approaching us about transitioning over into different types of manufacturing. Along with, and I'll just throw out one more thing, we're seeing a lot more OSHA enforcement within the industry going into upstream, midstream, and downstream sectors in terms of how are you protecting these employees, because these are all considered essential services. So we are seeing a lot more OSHA involvement in terms of actual inspections that are announced, some unannounced, and then also employee complaints. So that's what we've been seeing over the past couple of months.
Thanks so much. Just to follow up with that, you brought up a really, I think, important point. You were talking about refineries that, since they've really slowed down, you know, they may not be able to ramp up as well. And talking about the Clean Air Act potential issues, what have your clients and you, as an advisor to your clients, made of it's not really a blanket enforcement relief, but EPA's decision and some state decisions to waive some inspections and some reporting and monitoring requirements based on the COVID epidemic?
Interestingly enough, we are not seeing that. We are not seeing the lack of EPA or state interest in terms of enforcement activity. In fact, I've been very actively engaged in a number of Clean Air Act enforcement matters, and I only expect that to increase. But the reason I was saying I expected the increase was because I know that some of the turnaround activity has not been as active as it might otherwise have been, because it takes a lot of money to shut down a refinery. And when you already have a refinery that is not operating at the level it would have been operating, those funds aren't available to do the turnarounds. So we haven't seen what I know has been in the press in terms of lack of enforcement activity. We have actually seen very active clean air enforcement activity, I would say, over the past couple of months. And then OSHA as well, a lot of activity there.
Referring back to OSHA and the survey that Dr. Spitzmuller and Dr. Krishnamurti prepared, so you're pointing out that OSHA has been very concerned about the worker safety and coming back to work. Is there a particular piece? I mean, again, these are essential industries, right? They do need to have people there. They do need
right.
What kinds of things has OSHA been pushing for these companies to do to make their workplace safer during the COVID time?
Well, as you might expect, you sometimes get employees who are calling into OSHA either deservedly or they may not be aware of what the company is doing throughout the company. But the minute that a call goes into OSHA, OSHA immediately will send out either a subpoena or a questionnaire asking for documentation. They want to know, what are you doing in the facility to protect, or around the facility to protect the workers' workspace, to protect other co-workers' workspace? Are you making sure that you provide for the opportunity for someone that's sick to stay home and then to return to work? And how are you implementing those return to work policies? How are you communicating to employees exactly what the protections are within the company? So there's definitely I would say a 100% focus. In fact, I was recently advised by one of the OSHA offices in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, because I'm involved in investigation there, that the work increase has been 30% in terms of the employees working within OSHA, that they are working nonstop day and night in terms of responding to employee complaints or employee concerns, but at the same time, employers' concerns, employers who are calling and asking about, how do I address this situation in the workplace? I have these COVID policies and I would like for you to review these policies. This is how we're handling sanitary practices within the workplace. So it's not only the employees who are driving the OSHA activity at this point, it's also the employers as well, who are uncertain as to what they are supposed to do. And the other thing, as we all know, it's kind of hard to try to figure out if somebody has COVID, where did you get that? Did you get it in the workplace? Did you get it outside of the workplace? So employers are always trying to track inside the workplace and at home who somebody has been exposed to. So the minute there's an exposure or there's a death, and that has happened, employers are rampant in terms of trying to trace where somebody may have been exposed within the workplace, and OSHA as well.
Thank you. I want to take this question and refer it back to Dr. Spitzmuller for a moment. One of the things I think that we see is that in the energy industry and actually in OSHA, I'll just use them as an example, there's a lot that needs to be done, and there may not be as many assets or ability to do it, staffing, various other things. So it sounds like, and this makes sense if you think about it. Obviously, everybody wants their workplace to be safe and they want their workplace folks to feel comfortable. Is there a disconnect, Dr. Spitzmuller, between I guess the broad question is, do a lot of the energy employees that you survey, do they trust their employers? Whether that trust is is justified or unjustified, do you find that they tend to trust them in terms of feeling safe and going back to work based on COVID?
What we did see for sure is that employees were very satisfied overall with their employers' reactions to the COVID crisis and how that was handled, to actually a surprising degree from our perspective. With regards to specifically what kinds of safety steps their employers were taking to mitigate risks. There's risks involved. When people feel higher levels of job insecurity, they are more likely to be distracted at work, and there's safety risks that come with that. So there was more variation in how employees felt about their employer-specific handling of, the provision of PPE, of like treating COVID transmission risk, the way they would treat any other safety risks. So I'd say overall pretty satisfied, but variability when it comes to the specific implementation of these safety precautionary steps.
Thank you. I guess their satisfaction, Margaret, shows that you're doing a good job also advising your clients there. That's great. So I want to move on now to Alfonso, who is going to give us a sort of broader perspective of the impact of COVID, sort of in an international and Latin American context for the energy industry. So I'm going to turn it over to you now, Alfonso.
Thank you very much, Victor, and thank you very much also to all the panelists for such interesting insights. It's always complicated to speak at the end of such amazing panels because I have the impression that most of the things have been said. But I mean, anyway, I really want to thank you also, Gina Warren, for her organization, along with Victor of this event, and as well, Blank Rome for the sponsorship. It was great to work, I have to say, with Gina on this book that Victor was announcing at the beginning of the seminar, The Future of US-Mexico Relationships. I really advise you to read it if you have the opportunity, because she wrote an amazing article about the future in 25 years between Mexico and the United States on renewable energies and electric power connection. It was a very interesting exercise of a prospective methodology projecting us 25 years ago. Although we couldn't anticipate COVID, most of the things, when COVID situation will go back to normal, are in the consumption and, of course, the interoperability of the energy sector between Mexico and the United States. And I really advise you to read this very interesting article that Gina Warren wrote, among other articles that are in the book. When I was thinking, I'm going to share with you my presentation that I have here. I would like to, so let me just see this. And I can share with you this presentation that it's, so that I prepared for today. I was reflecting, and most of the things have been said, but Ramanan Krishnamurti, Professor Krishnamurti, was talking about the convergence at some point about in the energy transition world. When I became tenure in administrative law, I really did like the relationship the administration had with citizens. And I was lucky enough to work at the European Parliament for 2 years on the telecommunication sector and the liberalization of the telecommunication sector in 2000 with the telecom package and the unbundling of local loop and among other aspects. There was a convergence there. There was a moment of convergence between voice, data, and video. Also, administrative law took me to analyze the convergence of public administration liability along with civil or private liability in terms of liability of hospitals in France and in Spain. There was also a convergence there. And it's amazing to see how now, when we talk about energy transition, there is also a convergence phenomenon that it's happening, where the administration, calling the administrative agent, public agents, have to approach the transition in a way that opens to competence, to free market. So allow me this parallelism to start thinking about how COVID has impacted business and policy future in the North American energy sector. So like I said, many of the things have been said, so you might have these deja vu impressions that we have sometimes when we hear something that we have already heard, but maybe with a different perspective. So we are indeed in an unprecedented crisis. Thousands of jobs have been lost. Uncertainty remains also in the energy sources, liquid fuels, natural gas, electricity, coal, and renewables. For some, the crisis has not even yet begun. Hopefully, those some get or made a mistake on that, because they say we don't know when or how the situation will end. We have talked much today, and Professor Krishnamurti also talked about it with Professor Spitz-Müller. It's about the flexibility and adaptability. If we all normally say to our lawyers when we give classes how important is adaptability for lawyers, it's more than ever important. It's more than ever among the most important skills for lawyers and for everyone. Also for workers, for staff, for faculties, for members in any company, to be flexible and adaptable, because from one day to the other, we can change again and go back to confinement. There's been an economic and social crisis. Around April, we were having a 14.7% unemployment rate. Now it's going lower, fortunately, 10.2, still high, because there's certain jobs positions that had resumed, like leisure, hospitality, government, etc. But the situation of crisis is still there. How it's affecting the energy sector? What can we say in the environmental world? I like to compare climate change, global warming with public health threats, because we have been receiving messages and we could have interpreted them at some point. If we want to give a good solution for the future, sometimes we need to do and go back a little bit to the past and see that, for example, the COVID situation was announced, such as the climate energy situation we are living has been announced, could have been anticipated. COVID contagion keeps on increasing. Now we have moved from confinement to flatten the curve, allowing hospitals to cope with contagious and the person that have been contaminated, knowing that now there's more and more known about the disease. So we might not be that scared about the COVID, but we are scared about saturating hospitals. So trying to avoid this increase, flattening it. CO2 emissions also keep on increasing. Resources are limited, health resources. How can we see the beds, the number of beds in hospitals, the limit to an emergency, also in emergency room. So resources are limited, such are natural resources also limited. To solve them, we need the science and we need to follow the recommendations. We have ignored signals, but we need not to ignore the signals. Public issues and climate emergency don't know about borders. So this comes or becomes a global matter. And it takes me to the purpose of my topic of approaching it from an international law perspective, from a global law, a global dimension perspective that must be worldwide coordinated. The energy world has been impacted by COVID. We come from in April about the oil and gas, Russia, Saudi Arabia war prices, the oil production cuts. I won't enter into the price of the barrels that you all know, but in terms of business, there's companies that have been able to buy low-cost oil reserves and store them for future sale. And I know it's not the company we've been having in the panel, but Noble Energy acquisition by Chevron, I think it's one of the examples of how business has also come into this COVID situation, because this is a post-COVID or during COVID operation. In Mexico, Mexico wanted to produce a number of, to comply with the political promises that were made by López Obrador, a number of barrels per day. OPEC suggested in April to reduce to 400,000, but Mexico just agreed on 100,000 for 2 months. This is what have been happening. We were talking about the upstream stress that have been going on. It's true that Mexico is among the rare cases of countries that have tried to keep on going to his engagement in terms of rigs, and as of May 2020, there were 42 rigs compared to the 34 rigs that were in May 2019. So Mexico really wants to go against maybe all odds, even if according to or following President Trump negotiation between Mexico and the United States, Mexico agreed indeed to cut the production, as we say in those terms. Also, Canada cut production on April 2020. US crude oil production is going to continue to fall, according to the AEA Energy Information Agency, from July to December and even early 2021, but in a lesser extent. So this is a bit the situation overall. All the budget of countries that were heavily relying on energy are going to be suffering from it. So, it has been the case of Mexico. It also has been the case of regions such as Texas. Related to a cleaner environment, well, US fuel consumption has been reduced in 20% in comparison to 2019 same period. This is something that might be seen from a positive dimension. Slowly, this reduction has been increasing, and it might go again to a normal levels in 2021. COVID impacted also renewable energies in terms of uncertainty, but it keeps on being the fastest growing source of electricity generation by the end of 2020, thanks to the wind and to solar capacity that are increasing. So there's business there. There keeps on being business in renewable energies. US CO2 emissions are decreasing, as we said, overall about 11.5% in 2020. This is a record, of course, due to COVID. I think there's a positive lesson from there, and this is what the European Union is really saying. Sorry, I think you are hearing maybe my dog barking, but hopefully it's not annoying us too much. So there is this great analysis to be done with this reduction of CO2 emissions. Can we keep on maintaining a reduction? Can we move from there to a sustainability and to a more environmental friendly energy sector. So this is the energy transition and Green Deal. Oil and gas prices had fallen, and this had had an impact on the competition prices. There was initially a disincentive from renewable energies to invest in CO2 emissions because of the impact directly that COVID had. But now the price of CO2 seems to be increasingly slowly going up. So there is this very interesting now movement in Europe that they are kind of retaining, or Europe markets are like waiting the reforms in order to see renewable energies as a better investment than it would have been just directly impacted by COVID, that the CO2 emissions were going low. So maintain this as a dissuasion, as a dissuasive effect to not to produce more CO2 emissions. Renewable energy targets would be maintained to mitigate risk and cost of inactions, and again, connecting directly to the first presentation of Professor Ramanan Krishnamurthy, interesting that the sustainable recovery has to go through this full potential of carbon pricing. So this sustainable recovery that has to be in mind while we get over this COVID crisis situation. Europe is then looking for a common response, this recovery plan. They created in April the Green Recovery Alliance, and actually the EU is seeking how to be more and more detached from fossil fuels. That is why the pricing of CO2. How? Much of that has already been said: stimulating economy, boosting green energy, keeping the climate neutrality target from 2050, and while creating at the same time jobs. We've been talking about human resources and jobs in this green transition in all these sectors that are mentioning, so protection of diversity, agri-food, and etc. So strong policy framework, again, connecting with what Professor Krishnamurthy was saying, we cannot do this only from technology. We would be missing the train. We have to be connected with policy, regulation, technology from a multidisciplinary dimension, sustainable mobility, renewable energy, and research and innovation. And one of the questions that was on in the panel was about education. Of course, it is key now to create specific academic scholarships that will educate lawyers, politicians, technicians, engineers about energy transition. So we need to be more educated about what is it exactly and what this convergence in energy transition, what does it mean? So for EU, global players need to raise their ambition in adhering to these targets. This Green Deal is going to help rebuilding the European economy, and therefore it can help build the green economy all over the world. Withdraw subsidies where they are. Professor again, Ramanan Krishnamurthy talked about how the pricing of solar has decreased enormously, tremendously, thanks, and that were actually prices not subsidized. Interesting point. And then leave the market to self-regulation to attain a good competition. So, well, this is pretty much what I wanted to share with you about my idea of a comparative dimension. In terms of number, actually Colombia, Brazil, and Mexico keep on being the countries that more actively have cut in terms of production. If we add the three countries, we are adding 88% of the cuttings that have been done. So they are like pretty much, I would say, the countries that are the most engaged with Petrobras, Ecopetrol, and Pemex about the different cuts they've been doing. And well, hopefully this allows us to go over the crisis and start to see a certain normality, the certainty that it's so necessary that Dean Baines was talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alfonso. I really appreciate that comparison. I think one of the points that you raised, which makes a lot of sense, and we've seen this before, is we've seen a divergence in US policy from European policy, both on climate generally, but also in COVID response and in COVID recovery. Peg, Ms. Hill pointed out that a lot of the firms that their firm represents are looking at diversification, specifically into petrochemicals. And we didn't talk about it as much earlier, but we also know that many of the traditional fossil fuel companies are increasing their diversification and investment into, say, renewable electricity, for one thing, including wind. Some of them have technologies that translate, particularly offshore drillers, that translate well into the perceived upcoming demand in large-scale offshore wind, where the U.S. has really lagged behind the rest of the world. And when we think about that and tie it with what could be the future after an election, or no matter who wins, what we have seen is, because of COVID, we have seen massive stimulus spending around the world. And it could be that even the traditional fossil fuel companies, to the extent they are diversifying, may be able, or working on negative emissions technology, may be able to tap into this funding as well. So there could be some sort of opportunities coming from that as well. Before we transition to our wrap-up on our panel of Ms. Hill and Dr. Krishnamurti and Dr. Spitzmuller and Dr. Lopez Escorbano, do any of you have any other comments that you would like to make? I'll take that as a no. And I know Peg is going to get another word in anyway, so that's really great. So that ends our third portion of the program.
I think Joshua Sharov would like to say something. Victor.
Okay.
Yes, the opportunity costs of failing to address climate are going to keep getting more and more salient. And as they do, the political differences among jurisdictions are going to matter a lot, both to trade, depending on who develops the technologies, but also in terms of whether or not to fund the innovations. So I know our earlier panel said the politics doesn't matter. I actually think it'll matter a lot, as you're already seeing from between Europe and the US.
Yeah. Victor, one comment like in relation to the opportunity that I would make is that what's sometimes overlooked is that how historically unique this COVID thing is in terms of its global impact. What I mean by that is, in all our past crises, there was a lot of geographical or across political space heterogeneity. So if you think about the financial crisis of 2008, the oil consumption in the US and the OECD countries was drastically reduced, but China and India more than made up for it. So if you actually look at the CO2 emissions in around the financial crisis, we only had a small downward blip and then it went up again. Now we have had, the kind of drop we've seen in the CO2 emissions in the last 5 months, almost there's nothing like that in the data. So, and a big part of that is that this has been so unique as it's sort of cutting across all regions of the world, all politics. So in some senses, the sort of the opportunity, the power of that opportunity cost is force is probably going to be, I think, almost, we have never had anything like this. So it'll be very interesting to see how long-term these effects are.
Thank you. I think that's right. Before we transition to our final wrap up and adjournment, I want to take care of just a few housekeeping items. The questions that have been asked will be addressed and answered, and responses will be posted on the website. You all have received that website link sent out, and it will be sent out again. The last thing I would point out is that let me see if I can get to the CLE credit show. Let me start this from the beginning. Sorry. Just one moment. Once again, it's thwarting me. Here we go. All right. Okay. So let's see here. Okay. Sorry about that. And here we go. The last code. For the second code for the third hour for Pennsylvania CLE credit is B1L0L. That's B1L0L. And before we go, I will also point out the CLE Texas information. Here you see the course number for Texas. That course number is 174090281. And you can scan this from your mobile device to take you to the registering and reporting for the Texas CLE. Thank you. It's my pleasure now to turn it over to adjournment and wrap up to Margaret Hill from Blank Rome first, and then Professor Gina Warren, who is my co-director of the Center for Environment, Energy, and Natural Resources. So, Peg.
Victor, thank you so much. Today was a fascinating experience in terms of having all the speakers on to address energy industry issues and doing it all virtually. It was just amazing. I wasn't really sure how well it was going to work, but you did, and the University of Houston did a fabulous, fabulous job. And I just want to let you know that I think this is probably my favorite of all the University of Houston events that I've attended, even though it's been virtually, just because there's been so much interesting discussion among all the participants here today in terms of offering their views, thoughts on COVID-19, the impact of the energy industry, the impact of renewables, where we're headed. So there's so many things that are unknown, but it was great to hear everyone's views and opinions on which direction they believe that we're heading. And it'll be very interesting to see what happens over the next couple of years, especially following, hopefully, a recovery from COVID. So I just want to thank you, and I also want to thank Dean Bain. So it's been fabulous. And also my partner, Susan Bickley, who helped put this all together.
All right. Well, thank you. Yes, so I'm so excited to be the co-director, the new co-director with Victor Aviner. And so thank you to Alfonso for that great plug of my article. I really appreciate it. It was great working on that book and that project with everyone. It was a blast. So I'm at the end. I promise you, if you stay on for 2 more minutes, you will see something really fun. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone for participating in today's program and for making it another successful and edifying event despite COVID. Thank you to Victor and folks at Blank Rome for all the legwork you did in putting together this program. Y gracias a nuestros amigos de Canadá y México por esta cuarta conferencia norteamericana. Muchas gracias por todo. Y ahora un último mensaje rápido de mi hijo.
Gracias por venir. Yo quiero que ustedes estén salvos y con mucha salud. Los vemos la próxima vez. Adiós.
So he was basically saying, take care, stay safe, and be healthy. And we will see you all again next year.